I'm working the fair.
Sorry, guys. The Thursday, August 7th, special meeting of the Marquette City Commission is now called to order at 9 a.m. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Gottlieb,
Here.
Commissioner Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Mayer, Commissioner Ottaway, Mayor Pro Tem Schlegel,
Here.
and Mayor Hanley.
Here. Commissioners, do we have a motion to excuse Commissioner Mayer? Pro Tem Schlegel?
I would make the motion to excuse Commissioner Mayer for personal reasons.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Gottlieb?
Second motion.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 6-0. We have an agenda in front of us. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Davis?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
A second? Commissioner Ottaway? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 6-0. I have no announcements today, which brings us to our first public comment portion of the evening. Public comment, morning. Public comment may not exceed 3 minutes per person. Please state your name and physical address when addressing the commission. Do we have any public comment? There we go. Do we want them to step to the podium today then? Yeah. Okay.
My name is Ron Matson, and I'm the current president of the Harlow Farms Conservation Community, and we've been attending meetings periodically just to make sure that the Wilson Street multi-use pathway is still on the minds of the commission. This agreement was, the Wilson Street was transferred in a PUD to the city back in 2006. It was December 13th. And it's been on the master plan facility or master plan for quite a while, and it accidentally got dropped off. And then in 2022, I spoke, and again, it's just basically to keep we're eyes and ears, and we see the Wilson Street. Not only is the multi-use pathway was a commitment by the city when Wilson Street was transferred over, but it's also a safety issue. And I'm just here with the community. It's 100 plus homeowners, plus there's probably double that in the surrounding community. And it's not just to have a pathway that's recreation, it's also safety. And we see a lot of people from the Mill Creek facility that use it. A lot of kids use Wilson Street. It's got a lot of twists and turns, and it's actually more of a thoroughway now. It's not a residential area. So there's high-speed traffic, a lot of traffic. So it's basically a safety issue. And so I am just here to keep it in the forefront of everybody's minds. And again, we're approaching 20 years of it being on the master plan, and it keeps getting kicked down the road. And I used to manage IT infrastructure for a Fortune 500 company. When we had projects, yes, we had priorities and we'd push things off, but each year we push things off, we give that project extra weight because you don't want to keep kicking it down the road. It is a safety issue, and I just wanted to acknowledge that we're here to support the commission, and we're just eyes and ears of the community to help you out. Thank you very much.
Do you have anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. That brings us to our consent agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion on consent? Commissioner Ottaway?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do we have a second? Pro Tem Schlegel?
Second motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 6-0. This brings us to our new business and only item of the entire day, the budget overview. To start, I think I will pass this over to City Manager Karen Kovacs.
Thank you. Right. Go for it. All right, so good morning. I hope everybody's thrilled and excited about talking about budget, because I know I am. So, here we go, thank you. So just a quick look at kind of the format that we follow in the past and then are going to stick to, but it's going to be looking a little bit different and have some different requests and some different themes as we change that out throughout the year. So today, this is a little bit longer of a meeting, and I assure you that it will fly by because we're going to have so much fun. But the morning session, we're going to kind of go through an introduction and background. Now, generally, in the past, we've flown through some of the historical information and some of the basic information. However, it's nice to pull back and remind all of us and the public of our funding sources, our financial status, our financial situation, and what we're looking at and some of the constraints that we have to kind of maneuver around in order to make progress. So we will spend a little bit more time than last year or the years prior to looking at some of that basic information. We will focus this morning on general fund, and tied to that really is our debt service and capital outlay and projects. So in the afternoon, we'll go through some of those other funds. We do have component unit special revenue funds, enterprise funds, everything else that we talk about, but really focusing on the general fund, as that is one of our our main funds and where tax dollars go and how we spend it. So if we want to go ahead and move in. So as I mentioned, what to really kind of get out of today. Today is that first initial look at the budget, and what we're paying attention to is really the things that our departments have requested that, we have, it's not a wish list, but it is a practical list of things that we want to get done, but knowing full well that we are constrained by some of our revenue sources and by our financial position at this point. It is preliminary. These are preliminary numbers, and they will change because we are going to be making some recommendations on some changes that will be in there, and we'll discuss today based off of some of the things we look at. So the budget does include departmental requests. It's not balanced, right, as we look at it right now. That is different than what I normally present to you. I normally present a balanced budget, but I really wanted to make a point of showing you exactly what has been requested and some of the things that have been postponed from prior years, and that we continue to search for creative funding or different funding sources. It is not feasible to fund all of the requests that we have, and I do think that the requests that our departments have made are very reasonable and conservative, but again, that we can't fund everything. We are going to provide those recommendations to postpone some, and we'll go through those. But there is really something that I want to highlight is we have a significant need to complete larger projects. And when I say that above the requests from departments, this does not include the capital improvements. What I'm talking about here with the significant needs are our roads and our infrastructure. We do need to continue to put money into that, and postponing those types of projects become more costly as we wait. And we're starting to kind of see that. We've postponed quite a bit in the past years for very good reason, and we could reasonably, but we're actually at that point of, if we continue to do that, it's going to only cost us more, and we're only going to fall further behind. So putting money into investment for street improvements is something that we are going to be recommending today. We will be covering brownfield projects. So that will be something we do talk about. That is something that ties to the general fund, but we will be talking about brownfield projects. I know that is always a topic and always a question here as it relates to the budget. Now, brownfields are considered component units. They do have budgets, but when we talk about brownfields, we're going to be talking about the impact to the city and the tax revenue. And we will be talking about debt management and some of the strategies we want to explore. So, looking at our next discussion is the timeline, where we look at when we start this. So we really start looking at our financial outlook in January, February. We start talking about economic considerations. The state starts looking at what their revenue projections are going to be, or they start talking about them at least. And then we go into starting to plan CIP, some of our bigger needs, revamping that, and then really starting to get into the numbers in early spring. Now, many of the numbers for revenue, which is our especially property taxes and state share revenue, doesn't come until that April timeframe, and then it doesn't get finalized till June or July. So we we don't usually plan for big swings in that because property taxes are pretty limited on the growth and state share revenue is pretty limited in the state's budget. So we do have some preliminary numbers, but once we start getting those final ones, we end up having to really kind of modify on the fly and match that to expenditures and requests. That leads us to where we are today. We did talk about strategic planning. We will link those back into the budget here today and then be prepared for strategic planning as well coming next week. And then we will be setting the public hearing for the last meeting in September. So if you look at August 7th through September 29th, there's a lot of time in there for us to come back with those adjustments and come back with a more final proposed budget with the changes that we discussed and based on the feedback that we received today. There's also quite a bit of time in there that allows us to have a lot of public engagement and public outreach. So looking at some of the manager office hours and some of those other special interest groups or some of our service organizations that like to receive some of these updates, we do have that opportunity to go to them and present on a proposed budget as well. So lots of time. I feel comfortable with that. I don't always like to adopt the budget so close to the end of our fiscal year, which is September 30th. However, because we have so much time in there and we will be receiving so much feedback, we do feel pretty confident that that is an appropriate timeline. All right. So getting into the fun stuff, the revenue sources. Many of you, you all know, when you've heard me say this before, our largest revenue source is property taxes. That is close to $15 million in the general fund, and that is something that we rely heavily on. But we all know that we're limited and constrained by our property taxes here. Marquette is incredibly unique in the sense that 50% of our land is non-taxable. That puts us in a really tough position when we are talking about who's going to be carrying the burden for additional expenses or any expenses in that matter. When we look at comparing other communities, even ones with college town or waterfront or UP communities, they don't necessarily have the 50% land tied up in non-taxable like we do. I can't find another community like that at this point, but that means we need to be creative on other revenue sources, but we are constrained by what we have available to us by the state. So here, what we're looking at are just some local tax sources. So I'm just saying there's property tax, income tax, sales tax, and so on. Michigan limits what we can do for local tax revenue, or local revenue, I'm sorry, and tax revenue, depending on how you look at that. We only have available to us as a tool property taxes, and if we ever did a vote of the public, an income tax. There are, I want to say, a handful of communities in Michigan that have an income tax, and some of them will surprise you, and we'll show you that momentarily, but it's usually, it's the only other option that we have. Hotel tax is very limited. Kent County was just able to get legislation approved that allows them to go out for a vote and get hotel tax in a certain capacity for a specific use. That would be their arena. So very limited. When we look at Ohio, not that we ever compare ourselves to Ohio, Ohio has quite a few options. Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin also have some other options. But when we look at, we have two options versus the 8, 5, or 4 other options that other states have, it gets you pretty frustrated. So this is not an uncommon conversation to have in any municipality. This is something that Michigan Municipal League talks about. This table is actually something that they've shared with us in previous years. So just putting that basis out there here. When we talk about income tax, I mentioned it just because it needs to just remain in the back of our mind at some point, just to have it there as a discussion point. There are several cities that have it, only a handful though, if you look at the total state. And we put up here the population in there just to show you that it ranges from the largest, Detroit, and then a very tiny amount, such as Hudson. It's kind of surprising. And I'm sure that you all are looking at, a city or two in there that you did not think that would have one. So what an income tax does is allow you to really look at the income generated within the city, and then also from the city residents, and be able to pull from that, especially when we look at some of our largest employers, and if they are nonprofit or for-profit companies, it allows us to kind of have a different revenue source there. Now, just for context, residents do pay a higher percentage than non-residents, and that is for revenue, or that is for income that is from a resident here, not necessarily earned in the city. It is city income that we have, and that is higher because you're using more of those resources than the non-residents. Sometimes it seems backwards. You think that the non-residents would be paying more, but they don't. So the only way that we would ever continue to go down the path of exploring an income tax is after doing a significant amount of studying on it and analysis, but then also if we would be lowering property taxes as well. Because it is not, we recognize that it is not financially feasible for our residents to pay both income tax and property taxes at the rates that we have. So we've talked about this before, that if we explored an income tax, we would be looking to make a charter amendment of some sort to promise that that property tax cap, or that property tax millage maximum would go down. Right now we have 20 mills. We can bring that, we would be asking to bring that down so that our residents have the confidence that we are not going to raise property taxes and have an income tax at that moment, if that makes sense. So, no, I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I just also mentioned this because when we look at how we got to the position that we were in 4 years ago with staring down a $6 million deficit, we had just lost a significant revenue source, or property tax revenue source, that accounted for 15% of our property tax. That was the Presque Isle Power Plant. 15%. Our next highest, that was 10 years ago. It was accounted for 15% of our tax revenue. The next highest property tax payer was 1% of property taxes. Right now, when we look at this, and this is from our audit report, and I can point you to the statistics that we have on this one. Right now, our largest property taxpayer is Duke Life Point, and it is close to 14%. Our next highest taxpayer today is Tourville Apartments at 1 point something percent. So again, we're in this position where we have a very large source of our revenue tied up in one property. So it's why we pay attention to a lot of the things that happen in the hospital. It's why we have those relationships. And it's why we just really have that in the back of our mind, that if there is something that would happen if the hospital goes nonprofit, we would be losing a significant 15% of our taxable value. Now, again, I'm not saying we need to be paying attention to that too much, and looking at that because, we're looking at today. But it's something when we say we need to look at other revenue sources as a backup measure, this is where we would be talking heavily about income tax or something like that. Does that make sense? I see just kind of some interesting facial expressions when we talk about something so deep. And I'm not meaning to scare you on any of that, but it is something we just need to keep in mind. All right, sticking on the topic of property taxes, we do like to compare to our neighbors here because we do hear that in quite a conversation, and then also a couple of other municipalities that we often get compared to, such as Port Huron and Mount Pleasant. So when you look at it, we do have the population up there, and then we broke out the mills based off of education, municipality, library, county, and recreation. So where we sit is not the highest, not the lowest, right there in the middle. Now, it's not we can't compare ourselves to the other municipalities. It's not one for one. It's not apples to apples. We do have varying, differences here, such as taxable value. But it is just important to kind of look at that because I think we all hear comments about this.
And I think it's especially important to hone in on the cities. Townships are a different structure that have more services provided by the county, which collects from the entire county, obviously. But when we look at the different cities, we can see our city millage is the lowest of all the cities in the county. And I think that's really important to point out, to kind of dispel like, oh, we have the highest taxes.
I also have a little star there too, because Port Huron, you saw on the previous slide, has an income tax. They also have a full city tax as well, which is actually very surprising, in my opinion, so.
And we're almost dead on the same as them. So we're doing more with less, in my view.
And again, this is just another graph to kind of see what that looks like when we talk about mills on the in comparison to the other municipality, and just kind of seeing that we're there. We're not the highest, we're not the lowest, which to me feels pretty comfortable in there. But again, I don't want to downplay the fact that that is still expensive and costly for our residents to balance on top of all of the other needs that we have as well. Just looking at an average city property tax bill, we're looking at this a little bit differently. So our average residential taxable value is $94,000. And keep in mind, taxable value is not the same as what you would expect to sell your home for. Roughly, we say the assessed value is 2 times the taxable value. Again, that's just a rough calculation. That's not exact. So an assessed value would be of 94,000 taxable value would be about 188,000 for assessed value. So we're looking at a $200,000 home is what we're saying the average value is. The annual, so what they're paying in city property tax, not their total tax bill, but their city, the amount that comes to the city, is about $1,700. And that's about $140 per month that they're paying for city services. So what does that $140 a month get our residents? Talking about the top-notch police department and fire departments with 24/7 patrol and response times that are really impressive and have saved lives. We've got, a full-time fire department here in the city with working equipment. Very creative for funding for that. Working equipment, training, all the things that we could hope for, and EMS services available to us. We got the parks and trails. We got the best snow plowing in the area with crews that are working around the clock during storm, which I can't say is every city that I've seen. We've got community art events and engagement opportunities. We've got the Citizens Academy, Police Academy, Citizens Academy, the best staff that I've ever seen, and then a capital improvement upgrades. We've invested in our infrastructure and safe and secure elections with those expert staff that are running them. So that's a pretty $140 a month to get all of those services I would say a pretty good deal there, but these are all services that are paid for by property taxes. And if we lost that property tax, let's just say this, we lost that property tax, we would have to really choose what we would have to eliminate on that. And that's I feel like it's a tough choice there. Just for context too, the total tax bill for a property like this roughly would be about $3,300. And that includes then your other taxes such as county, schools, things like that. Just kind of looking at a graphic that we look at here. The city's, of the property tax bill, the city's portion of it is about 48%, so less than half. If you throw in the library in there as well, then it puts us at over half. And then the county's 20%, we have 1% for recreation and 26% for education. Education includes our schools, ISD, and state education tax. So when people do see their tax bill, it goes to many different sources. The city doesn't just receive the whole amount. We talked about this a little bit here, the taxable property in the city. Our biggest issue really is the fact that 50% of our land is non-taxable. It limits what we can do. It also, of that non-taxable properties, the largest is Northern, and that accounts for close to, I think 30% almost of our non-taxable land is Northern, which brings up value in its own, I will say. So it is, again, something that is great to have in our community. It brings up a lot of our services and adds a lot of value, but it is non-taxable. And then we also have a significant portion of what I say is subsidized housing, or housing that has a payment in lieu of tax arrangement. And that is has about 700 units of housing that we provide, and we only receive about $53,000 a year in taxes for that. So for reference, Tourville, for all of the properties that we have here, has over 480 units, and that might even be more. And they pay $280,000 a year in city taxes. So to look at that and say something that we receive 53,000 for 700 units compared to the 280 for 480 units, it's just a stark difference on how we still have same services to provide to those, and that's the amount of money we have to provide those services. So it is subsidized.
And I think that's a really important point when we talk about affordable housing. You know, why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we creating more units? We are supporting a significant amount of units that you know, out of the 8,000 housing units we have in the city, 700 is a pretty decent chunk of that. So as we move forward with developments and projects, we really have to see how that balances out with everything else. You know, somebody has to pay the tax bill, you know, and when you get into units of subsidized housing, you have to be sure you're able to provide services to everybody.
And then we do have other payment in lieu of tax arrangements. Those are some of those enterprise funds that are non-taxable entities, like the Board of Light and Power, our wastewater and our water treatment, or our water filtration plant. Those are also treated like taxed, or like for-profit companies, but they are non-profit, and they pay a payment in lieu of tax. And we'll get into that when we look at the revenue sources here. But I just wanted to kind of mention this because I do hear this out in the community too, that payment in lieu of taxes arrangements or PILTs, they make one annual payment, and sometimes they're compared to brownfields because they are, that we get brownfield properties in our mind that they're not paying taxes. Brownfield properties are paying taxes. It is then that money is being taken to reimburse and go into other investments for development. Payment in lieu of taxes pay a flat amount that is equivalent to a tax, but it's not the equivalent of the amount. So again, just a little bit of a difference. We do hear that in the community, that comparison. Thank you. Go ahead. So we mentioned, that was, kind of just some background information on some of the constraints. It's not meant to be doom and gloom or woe is us. It actually is kind of a testament of how hard we work to make our money go as far as we can and how creative we have to get for funding sources, but also for evaluating our projects. So just as a reminder of where we started 4 years ago with coming to the City Commission saying that we had a huge hole in our budget, and to last year where we didn't use any fund balance, and actually at the end of fiscal year 24, we just put money back into our fund balance. That is because of the hard work that you as the commission, the hard decisions that the commission had to make, and then the hard work that the staff had to put in and departments had to put in to make that happen. So we are incredibly proud of where we are, and I know we are just itching to do projects, anything and everything. But hard work is still here, and we still have some decisions to make, but it is, we are in a far better position because of those decisions that were made then and many years before that.
Could you talk a little bit more about the pills with the water and wastewater
Sure.
plants and the BLP? Like, is it a percentage of their income, or like, do you want to have
So
some of those two?
that is, so the Board of Light and Power has a PILT arrangement that is a certain percentage of their revenues. And so I think that's a 5.5% of their revenue, and it equates to about 2.3 million. Now, previously they were paying a property tax, and that was a much higher amount, I would say. But because they were then going to be decommissioning that power plant, and then that land would essentially be mostly vacant, which it is now, we went into a payment in lieu of tax arrangement or a PILT arrangement, thinking it would be more favorable revenue and a little bit more stable revenue then. It's not quite the same. It's because they're becoming more energy, we're all becoming more energy efficient. So their revenues, and they've had to deal with this, their revenues are going down or would be steadily going even with rate increases. But I think this payment in lieu of tax arrangement with the BLP has really evened out and leveled out.
So So it's about 2.3 million.
It's about 2.3. Yep. But it can fluctuate based off of revenue, so we do pay attention to that. Water and wastewater, theirs is, I would say, sewer is about 500 and some thousand, and water is about 629,000, and the wastewater treatment facility pays another like 231,000. So water and sewer pay a bill for the infrastructure that we have in our ground, on our land. So it's more like a personal property tax, I would say, probably. And then the wastewater treatment plant pays a portion of that, 200,000 for that. And we'll break it down as we go into the general fund. But does that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Everybody understand that? Nope. There's none others.
All of our other PILTs are housing projects.
Perfect. All right. As we go into more of the budget discussion, we really want to link this back to the strategic plan and some of the strategic priorities we talked about. So how do these strategic priorities we talked about move into budget priorities? We look at those high level, those 6 strategic priorities that we have: the government excellence, economic and development and prosperity, community engagement, health, recreation, environment, mobility management, and public safety. So very high level topics and points. So in our budget, really looking at governmental excellence, we do have money in there, or line items in there, for professional development opportunities for both staff, department heads, and even the commission as well. That is incredibly important. And so we do have those like MML conferences and whatnot. So that is something we believe in investing, and also offering up our staff academy as well. We have some website improvements coming, some infrastructure improvements, and some communication on those, which could also link into another topic. And then we do have some very competitive employee benefits that keep us attracting new employees and retaining our employees with those wages and benefits. So those are some of the expenses and expenditures we're going to look at that tie into our governmental excellence priority. Also in economic development, what's in the budget? We have those DDA improvements. We have a request for a fiscal sustainable tourism plan, which ties into economic development. I think we just talked about that at a recent commission meeting. Our LSCP membership is in there and does have some requests. We do have the LDFA and Innovate Marquette Smart Zone funding. That is investment into economic development. We will be going out for our redevelopment ready community, RRC recertification. That will have some needs in there for that have expenditures. And then we also have those 700 units of subsidized housing that we talked about as well. LDFA is the Local Development Finance Authority, or our Smart Zone. Yes.
That's a TIF overlay district for the city, and it contributes $400,000 of city taxes to economic development each year.
So community engagement in the budget, we have some funding there for Citizens Academy, Police Citizens Academy, our bike rodeo, our public participation plan, which is part of our RRC plan as well, and many of our grants require this, and many community event participation. We're looking at being there for Fall Fest at NMU, some of our service organizations, things like that. Looking at health, recreation, and environment, we are, have funding and departments in there that are exploring those options for the dog park and pickleball courts. We're looking at all of our priorities that were identified in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. We have promotional funds. We'll get into those in detail soon. And fee relief for those community events like our parades, some of our festivals, beautification, things like that. And then we have continued remediation activities and next steps for our Cliff Stout property. Mobility management, in the budget we have things that are set aside for completion of our active transportation plan, our police bike patrol and snowmobile patrol, micromobility police education opportunities and the presence in schools, and the continued year-round maintenance of the multi-use path, such as plowing our sidewalks and our bike path. We do have, yes, we have. I think your question is, we have a snowmobile patrol. We do have some areas in our city that we have that. It was grant funded, by the way. And we are, some of these things we assist outside of just the city limits, and it is more of a regional effort, and it does help us here in the city. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's that DNR grant that we've been involved with since like 2003, 2005, something like that. They provide 85 or 80% of the funding for it. It's a match grant.
Gotcha. I just didn't know where snowmobiles would go in the city.
And they do a great job.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
They're so good we
we're
can't
less
even
so,
see 'em.
and then, of course, we're behind, like, the holiday.
Oh, gotcha.
Space there, so, yeah.
There's a ride-along opportunity for you.
Absolutely.
You know, while we're talking to you, Chief, we'll talk about public safety as well. So in our budget, we have the police department re-accreditation. Those are just continuing efforts as we go forward. Maintaining and updating our police equipment, we do have some funding requested in there. Port safety requirements for cruise ships. I want to just highlight this one as, you know, this could cover several different priorities, but when we have our cruise ships coming in, we have a strict requirement to have certain safety measures in place that the Coast Guard actually requires us to have. And it is becoming more of a need. And so we are really trying to make sure that we have everything that's appropriate for that. I do want to just mention that we are one of the few, perhaps, in the UP that are coastal cities that have to do this. And so this is just a unique burden for us. And I think we've handled it incredibly well and have just really built upon that. So they've used our plan, you know, kind of as a talking point for some other communities as well. So kudos to you on that one. We have Park Patrol and lifeguards. They do a lot of things other than just guarding the beach and patrolling the parks. They do quite a bit of outreach and just engagement. And then also in public safety, we sponsor cadets to the police academy through state grant funding, but then also sometimes it is an investment into our people as well, and making sure we can get people here for that.
I think that's a really important change, even from, 5-10 years ago, now that we have to sponsor every new cadet through the police academy and pay them for their time to assure that we'll be able to recruit them. And it's been very successful so far, and it's been a big positive investment in our city.
So we just really felt it was important to kind of go through those as we look at the budget and say, okay, this is how we're linking it back to our strategic plan. And these are the many things that we do, and we can say add a lot of the value and make our community so great. So general funds, here we go. Let's get into some fun stuff here. We do have the packets, so please, I will reference some page numbers, and then we can also just go through some questions as well. So the general fund is one of the first things in your packet anyways. So when we look at the total proposed budget, this is where we're going to get a little bit more serious. In 2024, we had, and we just went over this with our audit report, we had revenues of $24.9 million and expenditures of $24.4 million. And we added in some fund balance there of $500,000 almost. At one point when we were talking about 4 years ago, we were looking at using fund balance for the next foreseeable future. So this is really something to be proud of to get to this point. Now, some of this is deferred into the next year, which is why we're still looking at just breaking even at this point. But it is because of that hard work. Our general fund balance sits at $8.8 million, which is good. And I think I had a commissioner ask, is that good? And that is good. When we say we are not near our base requirement for fund balance based off of the fund balance policy, and we're not exceeding our max, we are sitting good. And that's a really good position to be in as we are looking at some uncertainty in our federal and state governments at this point. So last year we had what we're say is a balanced budget, and then where we are right now, and I don't want to say that it's a little bit misleading when we say proposed right now, but the preliminary amounts that we're looking at, our net revenue and expenditures are negative. So we would be using fund balance if we included everything that has been requested at this point. And that's not including capital. I want to make that clear. So these are things like one-time discretionary, we call them discretionary projects, so they have some capital improvements, some acquisition for capital, or for, I'm sorry, I just said capital improvements, they weren't. These are for some building improvements, minor improvements, and some equipment acquisition. It also includes some professional service requests for contractual things, such as some master plans and some land use plans, and then the subsidy to Lakeview Arena. So that, if we took out discretionary projects of those total up to $507,000, we would be recommending to use only $506,000 of fund balance. So I know that was a lot of numbers here for a moment. Revenues, 24.75. Expenditures, 25.76 or 77. And then our net with everything in there is using 1 million of fund balance. What we are recommending is pulling back and only using 506,000 of fund balance and postponing those discretionary projects, and I can get into what those are here momentarily. And we're going to we're recommending postponing those or finding alternative funding sources. That would preserve our fund balance to 8.3 million. And that would only create a 5.7% decrease in our fund balance. That feels a little bit more manageable than a full 13% decrease in fund balance, which we would still have plenty in there. So to further, go on this, we are also looking at those necessary improvements that we need to do for our roads and some of our infrastructure, and that totals close to 1.4 million. That is what our SIMP project is looking at. That, if we don't do something like that, and we will have Mick talk about that momentarily, but if we don't do those projects, we're looking at creating a situation where we are going to have more emergency repairs that are at a higher cost and more extensive. So it's important that we continue to keep on that. So how do we fund that? In the past year, we've paid down $6 million in debt. And so we have some room there. We've made some progress, and we have some room there to go ahead and bond. And Mary can talk about that. And we would be able to preserve our fund balance to that 8.3 million. If we don't bond, we're looking at dropping our fund balance with our recommendation down to 6.9 million. And it's many years before we can start adding back into fund balance. And we'll also show that in a projection here. So I just want to kind of set that tone before we go through some specifics.
I also think it's really important to point out, the policy of the commission used to be, you only bond for as much debt as you pay off per year. Recommending a bonding for, close to 1.4 million puts us significantly under that level. If, we paid off, I think he said about $6 million worth of debt last year, and requesting $1.4 million of bond issuance, that's a very reasonable, responsible amount of bonding. And I don't know of any city in the state who is doing capital improvement without some sort of bond revenue raising. It's incredibly difficult to pay for everything in straight cash.
Mm-hmm. So that's really, we really want to focus on the fact that we have some capital needs. Now it is, okay, how hard do we want to be preserving our fund balance? And that is something that we're saying with the uncertainty in the state budget and in the federal government, our support for grants and for some other infrastructure is pretty unknown right now. And so when we look at preserving our fund balance, especially in the situation that we just talked about at the beginning here of if something happens to a significant revenue source, do we have enough to float through and have a long-term strategy of revenue and an expenditure addressing those two together to get us to a stable position if we were to lose a significant property revenue.
Well, and even if we don't heavily rely on federal funds directly, the state does. And with the federal political situation, funding is going to slow down to the state of Michigan. And the state government has shown in the past that they are not afraid to, I guess, pardon the phrase, but raid local governments to make up their budget. So, you know, when we think about funding we get from the state, they're going to make up that funding somewhere, and we have to be prepared for that to be, you know, for the impact on the local level from that.
So are you basically saying that we're bracing for the worst? We're budgeting for flat from last year, or is it less of an injection from the federal or the state side?
I think we want to make sure that we are set up for whatever scenario happens in the future. You know, expect that state revenue to municipalities will decrease and maintain fund balances, as much fund balance as we can, to ensure that we have, you know, a path forward. It's hard to predict right now. Everything is pretty unpredictable. But we have to be conservative in our estimates and, you know, plan for that eventuality.
Yes.
Is there any benefit, so thinking about the capital outlay here, nearly 1.4, is there benefits in asking, is that the minimum that you need to do a project, or is that kind of with a little bit of, you know, a little bit of stretch in there? Is there benefits to asking, you know, bonding for more money at one time, rather than coming back, you know, in a year and saying, oh, well, we need another $1 million because we have another project in 26? Are there benefits in saying, hey, well, we need 2.5 million to bond for now instead of 1.4 for other projects? I don't know if there's value in kind of a one-time bond for more rather than multiple bonds in years 2, 3, 4.
So we have started those conversations with bond counsel, and we've received a lot of praise for not bonding. And so when we call and say, hey, let's talk about bonding, they're having to kind of maybe look at the impact on that. And rates are a little bit different right now as well. And there is some uncertainty on some of the tax exempt bonds as well. So we are discussing what that strategy could be. At a minimum, you know, we would be looking at this 1.4, and we're trying to keep that, I think, as minimal as possible, because these are the immediate needs, and then following our debt management policy that says whatever we retire in the previous year, we're only rebonding for that amount, while still making progress. So that's a little bit more of that's a longer term question perhaps. The other thing too is to look at, if we're going to go out, we have $16 million in deferred projects right now. And so what is the best way to kind of chip away at that is a little bit more of a long-term strategy conversation. But yes, we can certainly look into that. So the other thing I wanted to mention too, and if we want to go here right now and pull out some of this, but the long-term debt strategy schedule, which is the longer piece of paper, the legal size piece of paper. This is a graph or a table that you guys often refer to and like. This doesn't reflect, I don't think this reflects our update with our recommendation, but this shows that if we just continue to eat at fund balance, we're at this point with our conservative estimates and some of the things that are changing in the financial world here, we're not looking at adding into fund balance until fiscal year 31. So, and again, that's if things are, very minimal growth, not doing a lot of projects either, putting away some for capital. But my point is, if we are going to start eating away at fund balance and we are still trying to prepare ourselves for any disaster or any financial disaster, such as losing a large tax revenue, we have enough in reserves to have a smooth strategy versus a knee-jerk reaction and have to raise rates, cut things significantly, versus a longer-term strategy of we can ease into a change, we can ease into a different revenue source, we can spend our time finding the right one versus having to make a reactionary action there or position. Sorry.
Yeah, question for you. So why the change over our previous year general fund long range forecast? I mean, Is this just kind of tying into increasing costs, increase in thoughts that we're not going to be receiving as much state funding? What's changed? Because if we look at last year's, we had less red in the forecast.
Right. Mary, I'm going to kind of maybe turn it to you on this one, if you can explain that, please.
I had the same question. I was like, why were we so far off? So first of all, the projections that we do for long term, I put the assumptions in there that, we only budget for very small incremental revenue increases of about 1.5%, and it was 3%, I believe, got in there for expenditures. What happens is we've got things like, in particular, it was our pension contributions, and what else did I mention in there too? Mostly it was pension contributions.
Healthcare is also.
And healthcare. So those did not go up 3%, they went up closer to 20%, which added roughly at least 600,000 to that change. So yeah, it's kind of when you're doing long-term projections, you kind of make some very small adjustment or assumptions, and then the actual comes out to be a bit more than expected, and it hits those bigger ticket items such as healthcare and pension.
Do we think that that's going to be more of an anomaly, or do we think that there is something with that trend? I mean, obviously inflation and everything else has skyrocketed. Are we concerned that where we see red numbers here as far as revenue goes, that we could see bigger red numbers because of the projections changing in the future? And also, ultimately, I guess my concern with this is by bonding, we're always robbing Peter to pay Paul for later, and our bond total here is a pretty big obligation as it is. If we're already owing a lot of money and going backwards, I have fears that, these numbers could continue to rise without us even having the control. So I guess what are your thoughts on that? Is it an anomaly, or do you think it's something that we should be concerned about?
We should be prepared for health insurance costs to go up, and we'll have to start strategizing with how we can continue to offer that as a benefit because of the cost to the city. Pension, we are over 60% funded, so I do hope that will slow down a little bit too, now that we've kind of gained some ground on there over the years of adding to the surplus. That might help too, to reduce that, or at least kind of stall that growth a little bit. So the biggest thing is going to come into just trying to manage the increasing costs over a very stunted revenue.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's on. So your question of whether it's an anomaly or we think this is going to kind of be a continued trend for a little bit. If it is a continued trend, we do have that ability to be a little bit more flexible or a little bit more nimble, I guess, with a little bit more of a fund balance padding without negatively impacting things like our employees for healthcare and things like that. So by preserving that fund balance, we do have an ability to kind of ease into to other changes or necessary pivots versus having to make some sort of every year change, if that makes sense.
Is there any opportunity to refinance any of these bonds?
I have been in contact with our bond council and with our municipal finance. They're usually the first ones to reach out to me, but with interest rates being what they are, that's the only time they're going to ever approach us to say, hey, interest rates are really low. I don't hear that happening right now. That would be the opportunity, but we'll be discussing that with our municipal finance. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So let's stick with revenue for a moment here, and then we can probably start talking about some more expenditures too and how they relate. So we've talked about revenue here at length with property taxes, but as you can see here with property taxes, it's at 14 million for general fund, and then our next highest revenue source is actually our payment in lieu of taxes, which is pretty on par there. And then our next highest is going to be our state shared revenue. That one is one that we felt really optimistic that we're starting to level out on that one. There are some discussions at the state level with a revenue sharing trust fund. But again, some of those increases are pretty minimal, I would say. We'll take them, certainly take them. We'll take more if they can give it to us. But we don't anticipate a significant jump on state shared revenue in the foreseeable future. But it's important to note that that is our third highest revenue source here. Second highest if you lump payment in lieu taxes with property taxes. And then we have our fees, sales, and services. Actually, let me pause for a moment here. Property taxes, state shared revenue, and our payment in lieu of taxes really is our unrestricted money. So I say unrestricted because it is one that goes into the general fund. It's for general use, operations, things like that. That's different than our grants, our fees, sales, and services, and our transfers into, if we have those. Our fees, sales, and services, and our grants are for a specific purpose within the general fund. So a lot of times those permit fees or things that we are charging somebody for, miscellaneous fees, are for a specific thing and a specific service that we can't just say, we can increase those to the point of making more money. A lot of those, like building permits, are very, very specific on what we can charge and go towards covering the cost, and not any over that at all. So when we really look at unrestricted, we're looking at property taxes, payment lieu taxes, and state shared revenue. So it's a significant portion, but it's an amount. And obviously, as expected, our grants are decreasing significantly based off of just, ARPA funding is done, it's over, COVID money done and over, and so we're really looking at limited grants, especially as we move forward. And then also, it's important to say too, with our grants, there is rarely a grant that comes without a commitment or obligation for a match. MEDC has been great at trying to make that a little bit more flexible and saying you can do in-kind and things like that, but grants usually come with a significant match. And then also grants have been lately for new infrastructure or new amenities, and that comes with a maintenance cost as well. So as we look at grants and applying for grants, we are paying attention to those match and that future cost as well for maintenance and how much is that adding on to it. So sometimes we don't like to turn away grants because it is a good opportunity and we have to evaluate that, but that is starting to be more at the forefront of that conversation. So speaking of grants, we often talk about it during budget, and we have a lot of projects in the hopper right now that have grants. But we did participate this past year in a pilot program with a local entrepreneur and company that was really trying to help local governments and tribal governments look for grant opportunities, especially in the federal side. It's not one that we're continuing on in that program because it doesn't seem to be fitting, for us, and we don't have anything that we aren't already aware of. But it is something we looked at, and we've explored all those grant opportunities, and there wasn't one available for us. But it did allow us to kind of develop a more streamlined internal process for identifying, tracking, and managing grants. We had hopes that they could do that with their technology, but it's not something we can use right now. But we are trying to look internally as well now with Annie, kind of on board in our office. She's been doing a phenomenal job at looking at those grants and tracking those and summarizing those. And same thing in Mary's office too. We're really looking at streamlining that so that we can pay attention to it.
It
But
really
it's
helps us
highly needed.
recognize the need for that.
Absolutely. And we're not really relying on grant funding as a revenue source this time because those have significantly declined. So that's why you did see a big decline in that. But it kind of got us into a habit of, wow, new things, grants. That was like the main word. And all of the grants talked about technical assistance and adding on things. And that is kind of just ending. So it's almost like they're talking about a sharp cliff. It's the ARPA funding cliff or the COVID money cliff. And it's just all of a sudden there's a mass halt on that revenue source. So we kind of we're keeping that in our mind, but it still doesn't change the fact that there's going to be a sharp stop here. And we talked about this before. Grant opportunities require a significant change in that budget. A lot of times it's a match, and then also once we start getting into those projects, sometimes there's added costs too. So. We just need to continue to bring those forward to you and have that discussion with you as these grants continue to close out and if any future grant opportunities come by. So I want to pause for a moment here before we move on to expenditures to kind of just go through a few points in the budget packet for revenue. As I mentioned, on page 2, so it's the first real page of all of your packet with the numbers going cross-eyed here, looking at some of these. you can see, where things are laid out for property taxes. Our marijuana tax is in there as well. We wanted to put that, we want to highlight that because what we're starting to see is a decline in those contributions. We budget conservatively, page 2 of their budget packet. So general fund, page 1. So it should have a number 2 on the bottom. So, I'm sorry, yeah, that's the only, general fund's the only one that has that. I tried to eliminate those. Page numbers always get me.
Right, we're on page 2 of the big
Yeah,
packet.
it's the 2 is on the
2 on the bottom, sorry.
All the numbers on it.
Well, and then page 2 would also be all the numbers, so.
Oh, yeah.
So marijuana tax, which is at the, is 101,439, account number. We have budgeted conservatively at 200,000. Previous years, we've brought in a little bit more than that at 291, some change. But we are starting to see a trend. We have one less marijuana storefront, so. Two less now, yes, thank you.
Yeah, Rise is closing.
So we do just want to budget that conservatively. And then also statewide, that was a trend we were expecting as it got a little bit more saturated in the market there. And then state shared revenue, we talked about that. A portion of our state shared revenue that we do receive, we do distribute out to the Public Art Fund per our commission policy about public art contribution. And we do have a distribution to the library as well, which has been a followed practice over the years. So that is 30,000, almost 31,000, and a 40,000 distribution. So just keeping that in mind. And then I highlight the payment in lieu of taxes breakdown. You can see what the BLP has, the Marquette area wastewater treatment fund there contributes our housing developments and then our water and sewer fund in there for a total of $3.8 million for our payment of taxes. Yeah.
Our revenue sharing with the DDA.
That's not approved yet?
So that's why, that's
That's-
what I'm wondering if that's.
Yeah, that would be another 50,000 and 55,000, 56,000-ish. Good question on that one. Any questions on revenue before we move on to more fun stuff? All right, expenditures. Looking at the expenditure trends from prior years and then also just categorically, salaries and wages, only a slight increase there from the previous year. Fringe benefits is where you see that big one. That one does include the pension increases in there and some of our healthcare costs in there as well. And then we have supplies and services, capital outlay, debt service, and capital outlay in the street funds, which are those SIMP projects we were talking about. I wanted to just mention that salaries, wages, and fringe benefits accounts for a pretty significant part of our budget. And that really is talking about the fact that we invest, our biggest asset are our people, and we continue to invest in our people. Those are the people that are doing your street plowing, that are patrolling your streets and responding to emergencies and answering the phones and things like that. That is a critical part of our operations. And so when we look at how much of our budget is spent on our people, that is something that I believe heavily in, that our biggest assets are our staff and our people. And that's pretty in line when you look at general fund too, that a significant portion of your costs are your people. Those are kind of like, top of mind. We have some obligations in there, such as pension obligations. But our next real, off the top amount that we're obligated to is our debt service. And that's at $800,000. So out of our total budget, that is a significant amount.
Transfers out are also.
And transfers out, which, I'm sorry, are part of let me back up for a minute here. Transfers out are going to our debt service funds. The way the accounting works, you could essentially say debt service plus our transfers out is our debt service payments. General fund pays for quite a bit of other funds, debt service. So our street funds, debt service. Some of our other Lakeview Arena ones are in there as well. some things like that that are general fund pays for that. So you're correct, that would be closer to the 3.2 or 3.3 million for debt service right off the top. That doesn't leave a lot of extra for us to do new things or buy new stuff. That's where you start seeing supplies and services at 4.7 million. Those are contracts, things like that, that we have in there. Those are pretty high, but it doesn't leave us a lot of room for extra. So I'm just kind of giving you a moment to digest that as we look at the increase from year to year. With the capital outlay and the street funds, we're increasing our spending by 1.9, almost $2 million. So just another, I think there's just a graph on the next page to kind of look at what we have revenues to expenditures and how that compares to fund balance and correlates with fund balance as we go. Just a good graphic that we look at. This is from that long sheet of paper that we have, the long range forecast. It's just a visual that I just want to digest for a moment. And as we continue to increase, our fund balance continues to decrease as well, especially if our revenue is not catching up. So I'm going to pause here for a moment because I do want to go into some of the expenditure, the departments within the general fund, and just kind of highlight a few of those things. So we do in revenues or expenditures start on the big number on the bottom of the page at page 4. And these go by department. And actually, I want to pull up one more here quick. Give me one moment while I just pull up a different visual for myself.
And just one note on this bar graph, getting those two columns to match each other is something that we are continuously working on day after day, month after month, at all times. This is, a conservative outlook, but we're always working at making these two match.
All right. So just going for a few of our departments that we have in the general fund, you do have the legislative fund, our department, which is really accounting for general city and city commission type stuff. There is small increase in there for increased professional development. And that would be going to the MML UP Education Summit, MML Convention or CapCon, some of those that are really beneficial to have for our commission to keep on top of the legislative stuff, the new stuff, and how to operate a city or run a city. The other thing that is a small increase is the LSCP membership has a request to increase that amount from $11,200 last year to $20,000. It is a significant increase, so I am going to be inviting the LSCP to present on some of those services that would be increasing as well. So this goes directly into economic development. So we would be anticipating, some assistance on revising our RRC recertification and economic development plan, things like that. But again, it is something that I would be inviting Christopher to come and talk about those services at a near-term commission date. A couple of other things in the executive department, which is on page 5. Again, professional development. We talk about some of those things going to continuous education, conferences, training, and memberships, things that we need to in order to stay on top of other legislative things as it relates to city manager positions. There's not a lot of change in the next few departments, but I do want to go into the elections department, which is page 10 on the bottom. A couple of things I just want to highlight on this. Nothing that is incredibly significant per se, but as we continue to see changes in state law and as it relates to elections, there just continues to be more increase on the equipment that is needed, on the efforts and staff time that is needed, and also just having elections in general is getting more expensive. I didn't know, Kyle, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've done a pretty good job here explaining to us the difference, the added on legislation and statutory requirements. But as it relates to your budget, are you seeing any of those that are being funded by the state or federal government for some of those increases?
No.
That's the confirmation I wanted to hear, or I was hoping they would hear.
There are some components of it that are funded through the recent changes to state law, constitutional changes. So there are minor components, some of the postage. For instance, the way the absentee balloting laws have changed, we are sending out significantly more absentee ballots and materials than we've ever sent out before. The state law requires that they be sent out with prepaid postage return envelopes in them now, which the state has agreed to fund, but that is not constitutionally required. So that could go away. But also the state is not funding the postage for the outgoing mail, which is distinctly more than it has been in the past. Other than that, no. There have been state and federal funds available in the past. 10 years ago, we went through a process where the state vetted new equipment, selected new vendors, and then the locals purchased new equipment organized by the counties, essentially. And there was a lot of funding available at that time that the state passed through to help offset some of the costs. Vendors had access to some funding. We're about to enter that process in the next few years, and it's been pretty clear that we're not going to get any help this time around. So, and that's not in this budget per se, but there's more coming.
I just wanted to offer that opportunity for Kyle to mention that, just because we keep on monitoring any unfunded mandates that come from the state and federal government, and it's just one thing that we have to continue to kind of add on without a revenue source, and that has been something we've seen, especially for the clerk's department elections specifically, over the past 2 years. So thank you. It's needed and it's worth it, but when we talk about state-of-the-art elections and expert staff, those are the things that we talk about property taxes having to fund. A couple of the other points I want to kind of highlight in here, and then unless there are some specific questions, is promotional funds that is on page 15 on the bottom. And this actually will correlate as well with a listing of promotional fund fee waivers that fee relief that we provide to our organizations, and that is on a separate sheet here that's not in here because it's just so small sometimes with I know it's so many, but that's why I have all of this too. Promotional funds, it's there for reference if you want to read it. But 4 years ago, we started off with close to about $80,000 to $90,000 of promotional funds. 68, 70 of it was for fee relief. And over the years, we've really pulled back and have reevaluated the fee relief that we offer and the promotional funds that we offer. And we have essentially brought that down to about $38,000 for fee relief and then $22,000 in direct contributions, which is allowable by statute. So these are our contribution essentially, and the fee relief for our community events and engagement, such as Food Fest, the Frisbee, music festivals, things like that. And that is waiving fees that we otherwise would be charging them. Some communities, I'm just going to say this, some communities don't monitor this stuff, and legally you have to show that you are experiencing an expense and supposed to be paid back, and if you aren't, you are eating that cost, and that expense would be there. So you do have to monitor these. Some communities don't because it is so insignificant, but ours is incredibly significant here. Yes?
I generally think of the promotional funds as outside organizations sponsoring an event, and then we give them a promotional fund. So I'm curious about why we are giving promotional funds to the DDA.
So that is otherwise, those are fees for street closures. It is almost kind of our partnership of here we are helping promote a community engagement event that brings the community together. It offers, events that we maybe would be taking on if the DDA wasn't taking it on, for some of those events. They are also, considered, one of those nonprofit type events that, no different than Food Fest, those kinds of things. More questions on promotional funds?
I'd be really picky, but there are certain ones that I'd say, really? But at $38,000, I don't know how picky I want to get with it. Like, really? Well, the NTN I have no problem with.
So there is, we do have, I don't know, is it a policy or part of our, I think it's one of our policies that describes how we offer promotional funds and how the different levels of promotional funds that we offer, based off of the event or the type of organization or the end goal. Essentially, if somebody's charging a fee, they don't get the full requested amount, things like that. John, did you have anything to add on those promotional funds? Because you do.
Yeah, we just, realistically, we don't, look at anything that would be, we've had a couple of requests from religious organizations or other things like that. Those are automatically not put in there. And then when we went through that process years back where we kind of pared things down, we really took a look at, who's charging entry fees, who's charging for, beer at the park and things like that, and, how can they maybe, offset some of their costs in that way. And that's how we kind of pared it down at that time. We've stuck with that formula since. The recent one that we added a little bit more into was the 4th of July fireworks, or the parade. So the Kiwanis were kind of coming up short on all that every time for putting on a really good parade. So we kind of shifted a little more there. The other factor that we take into account with each one of these is what their actual bill was the year before. So sometimes a group will ask for more than what their actual bill was, or pretty close to the full amount. So we analyze what their actual costs for each year and then go through that process.
All right. When we are approving, or when we are proposing the budget and the commission is approving it, you are also essentially approving these as well. And I can provide you the language on that, on how these are chosen as well. I can do that for context if you like as well. But essentially, whenever we approve the budget, this is what is also getting approved. So that's why I do like to highlight that. I would say that we've done it probably 4 years ago when we started discussing needing to do something with promotional funds. It was a very lengthy conversation, and it was a concern for these organizations that do give back to our community, that are our community members, that offer up events and opportunities that bring the community together, which was a really important part 4 years ago, and is still an important part right now. So I kind of chuckle at the reaction of now how we're talking about promotional funds. So it's a real interesting dynamic and change from 4 years ago. Also with promotional funds, part of that, beyond the $38,000 is $22,000 in direct contributions, and $7,000 of that goes to the Marquette City Band, and $15,000 of that goes to the Beautification and Restoration Committee. So Petunia, Pandemonium, that relies on this $15,000 of contribution. And my goodness, that is something I hear from people that come in here. I hear it, I see it. They have a really profound impact on our community. So we are allowed to expend things on that by statute. I wanted to make that very clear. Okay. A couple of other departments, police and fire. If you don't mind going back to slide 23 for a couple slides back. I just wanted to look at this. I want to keep this up here. Police and fire, so public safety is a significant portion of our budget. They have a lot of our, quite a bit of our people are in there, a lot of the equipment. They are costly departments to have running 24/7. So it's not uncommon, and it's not necessarily a negative to see it taking up so much of that pie chart there that is orange, in the orange. So for police, there was a slight increase from the fiscal year 25 budget, but actually is a slight decrease from fiscal year 25 actuals. There is some equipment that they're looking to purchase. And they have been incredibly successful at finding grants for this. That has been something I've been incredibly impressed with. So some of the equipment that they're looking to purchase, they would be seeking out a grant for. And then also some other equipment is stuff that's needed that helps in the long term, chipping away at replacing radios year after year until we can get a grant for that. We've been trying for a grant for our radios for a very long time. But we are just we're trying to plan that fiscally responsibly by just doing a few each year instead of a large chunk at this point. And then fire, also kind of similar, that we have a slight decrease from what we experienced and what we're projecting to experience in fiscal year 25. That does have some money in there for some classes and some professional development. But there also are a couple of other discretionary funds in there that we would be looking to postpone or advise them to find other grants funding for. Nothing too significant on that, though. Any question on public safety? I want to pause there for a moment because sometimes it is a topic of conversation. No? Okay. Moving into DPW, general DPW, that is another significant portion in there. That is the green portion on the pie chart here. You also have a copy of those charts there as well. Some of the things that we have included in there are, the routine maintenance, but bubblers for the Founders Landing piers are in there. That is something that was a little bit unexpected in prior years as well because of just the way that those piers are settling in, and then the ice that is forming there as well. To keep from damaging a much more costly asset such as the piers, bubblers are a small, minimal amount that we'd have to pay, which are about $24,000 in there. Also, in Public Works, there's a couple of other improvements that they're looking to get funded, and that includes a couple of roofs. So the roof for the Moosewood and the Presque Isle storage garage needs a roof as well, but that is a significant portion, and that is $131,000 total, and we would be looking to potentially postpone those or find the funding in the budget right now because that is our significant portion, and we just I don't think that we can fund those responsibly at this point. Is that safe to say responsibly? Yes, Sally, I'm sorry, or Commissioner Davis.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, I thought you, sorry.
You were looking at us inquisitively.
Inquisitively.
Oh, I was, okay, so you were talking
Now that I
about
was
the piers, and
We
I
know
was
you.
looking for it in where
Oh.
the piers are in here. That's the
Oh.
other thing. That was
Yes, and
when I gave you that look. Where are
I'm
the
trying to
piers?
avoid for everybody searching for numbers. So there's no great way of looking at these. So on page 21 on the bottom
Okay.
is repair and maintenance supplies. The total is $94,000. And it is broken down to repair and maintenance supplies, and then playground wood chips and repairs, and bubblers for Founders Landing. And then when I was talking about the roof replacement, that is on page 22, and that is capital outlay building improvements, and that is $131,000 broken out into those. But I don't know if it's broken out in yours.
I
What was that?
failed to flag.
That's a secret that I'm just telling you right now. That has that is the garage roof for $11,000 and the Moosewood roof for $120,000. I do want to just mention the fact that the boardwalk is not in here, as that is a newer estimate that we've received. And that is topping about 150,000 as we speak. That's not with Trex. That is with treated lumber, and looking at labor costs on that as well. That's 150,000.
But that's not in here.
That is not in here.
Okay. So, have we had bubblers at the piers before?
Yes.
We have?
Limited?
100,000? Wow.
Limited, how many do we have at the piers?
Yeah, so we've put bubblers on every year that we've had them. But as the DPW crew learns, how the ice interacts out there, it's the same thing as with Presque Isle Marina. They discovered that there needs to be more in certain places and things of that nature. So
Okay.
I think we started off with one on the kayak launch, one or two on the kayak launch.
Wow.
Maybe one on the main structure. Now they've identified a further need.
Guess that's an example of when we do new things, there's always hidden costs.
Surprise, no. Well, and Lake Superior is very different than many of the other Great Lakes. Obviously, we're very unique and superior. So the way that some engineered piers and equipment or infrastructure that goes in there is different than sometimes what they're anticipating, and so there are modifications that have come up. Marinas have experienced that as well. So. All right. Just kind of moving on really quick on this one. On page 24 is planning and zoning. I wanted to mention in there, it's professional and contractual, we have $60,000. $50,000 of that is identified for economic development planning or a fiscally sustainable tourism plan. That one I feel is really important. However, it is one of those professional services for service contracts that we've kind of identified as maybe postponing or seeking alternative funding for. Because this has some direct correlation with economic development and our RRC recertification, I do think that we can explore some funding opportunities for this. And I think it's a really important one when we talk about long-term economic development planning, and as we really try to address the tourism increase in the impact that it's having on our infrastructure. And that was actually a recent conversation we had with the city commission just not too long ago. So while I say it's one of those that I postpone in total, I would really be making this a top priority to find that funding for, especially as we look towards the end of the LDFA TIF in the near less than 5 years. We need to start planning on what investments we'd be making in economic development at that point.
Is that something Travel Marquette would be involved on, or we could work with them to say, hey, this is something that not only affects Marquette, but I'm guessing it's some of our surrounding areas that we can work with.
I would certainly lean on them for that, but I do want to make it clear that Travel Marquette, their revenue that they receive from a hotel tax, or their purpose is really the marketing of tourism and increasing economic development through tourism. What we're talking about with a sustainable tourism plan is really how it impacts our resources, which they would have a direct interest in as well, but seeking out some financial support from them is going to be incredibly difficult because it's not fulfilling their mission of promoting tourism. However, yeah, I know. So
We want to know how to manage the people that are coming here, not go out and market more people to come here.
And
That's their
Well,
job.
I get it.
Yeah.
I thought it would be in their interest as well to kind of make sure that
Yeah.
it's not being overrun.
I agree. I do think that they have that interest. They started Respect Marquette Coalition, which really has been talking about the leave no trace, footprint and whatnot. So I think that there is some opportunity there. I just don't know how much they could contribute financially for that.
Got it. I just didn't know if there was a partnership potential.
Well, we've mentioned it. We've mentioned it because the Sustainable Tourism Plan has been in a proposed budget, since the first year I've been here.
Is their mission determined by locally or statewide? Their mission?
Oh, it's for Public Act. Yeah, it's state.
Is it, okay, in the public act, okay.
But when I did talk to Susan Essler about this, for the past 4 years, she certainly has perked up and is really interested in how this would be discussed. So, moving in just to community services, we're almost done with the general fund expenditures, and we can talk then some more. There is some professional contractual expenditures being requested for a land use plan for Presque Isle. This one is one that, is important in the context of the band shell and some of the complications that are coming up with that development, in the sense that there's a need to expand the bathrooms there. But this is one that we would really be seeking and recommending to find alternative funding or postpone until we can find that funding, or reorganize some of our priorities. So wanted to point that out as well.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Does that mean, is that going to hold up the project out there with the band shell?
No.
At all? Okay, so
No,
that's-
we have a temporary alternative for that with temporary bathrooms, and a plan needs to be in place by 28,
November 1st, 2027.
2027.
So yeah, 28.
When we speak to them, we need to give them a mic, because it's not big. Sorry.
Yep, thank you. The confirmation on that was we need to have a plan in place for the restrooms by November of 27, so fiscal year 28. Thank you. We're still budgeting for lifeguards. At this point, we are still waiting on our equipment for our Swim Smart equipment that has the communication equipment, or the communication capabilities and the warning systems. Not that that would replace lifeguards, but it is getting very difficult to recruit for lifeguards at this moment, because that's a lot of responsibility, and especially we have a significant portion of our younger, adults here that are filling those roles, and it's a lot of responsibility for them. It's also not really a fun one, in the sense that people are getting a little bit more vocal and things like that on our beaches. So the role that our lifeguards play is a lot of engagement and public awareness and safety, but could be other opportunities with Park Patrol to fill that if we were having trouble with recruiting for lifeguards. And this would also be complemented with our Swim Smart equipment that we're waiting for. So no significant changes in the budget per se, except for we're not purchasing any more of that equipment. We're just going to roll through a couple other things and then take a break right after for a few minutes. Thank you. Yes. So next is arts and culture. I do want to point out a couple of the trends on arts and culture. This is fiscal year 26 is going to be one of the first years of their new location, which is the cultural trailheads and the cultural center, and which is the old LSCP building. So it is a little bit increased of a budget here that does account for some of that grant funding, but there also just is a general increase as we're going forward because of the additional things that are being added on to this. I do want to mention that there is a request for $60,000 for the Arts and Culture Master Plan that was bumped from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. However, that is one of the contractual professional services plans that I am recommending to seek alternative funding or postpone until there is some funding available, or find the funding within the budget. No significant changes in a couple of the other ones. And then I want to get to page 32, which is the transfers out. And this is the 2.4 million that is mainly debt. So this 2.4 million does break out here into the debt payments and what they go towards. And they may seem, they reference the bond issuance. I do have the listing of the bond issuances and the general projects that they cover on a separate document for you to reference if you're interested. But essentially, the general fund contributes into 2.4 million of those debt payments for things like road improvements, sidewalk improvements, things like that, those funds cannot cover.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
That 2007 High Street bond?
Yeah.
$410. I mean, it looks like it's been going on clearly for a while. Is that like a 30-year bond, or what's the length on that? I think there's still 141,000 left on it.
It's a state revenue.
That one is sewer replacement and related street construction. So that portion is, so there is, the way that the accounting works for this, there is a portion of it that goes into revenue bonds. The revenue bonds, they go into the sewer fund,
Yeah.
and the revenue covers that. But then there's a portion of the streets that doesn't go into that fund, and so the general fund covers it. So that 410
It's just the overage amount?
is the general fund portion of it.
Okay.
But it's still, there's a little bit more to that one. And revenue bonds can go a little bit longer, can't they?
These were
Fine.
state,
Oh,
they were state revenue sharing.
SRF?
No. Yes, SRF. I'm sorry.
SRF bonds, yes.
So that's a state loan program.
So those can go longer. So yes, those could be 30 years. I don't have I can get back to you on that question after.
Looks like it releases in 20,
Close.
yeah, 29,
Yes.
Just as a reminder,
25-year
debt
bond.
service is a result of the heavy capital improvement investing we did in the 2010s. We were investing every year in large amounts, and we're just working on, if you build a garage on your house, you're gonna have to pay that back over a little while. We built that all over the city.
And I before we get into debt, because I do think we need a break, but I do want to mention, and Sean just alluded to it, that we put in significant investment to our infrastructure, and to the tune of almost $94 million, and we're paying that right now. So we put in that is infrastructure we've invested in, and we are paying it over time. And of that 94 million, we're at 55 million, 55.4 million that's outstanding. And almost half of that has to do with the energy enhancement project, or the JCI project. So when we're really looking at it, we have about $32 million of infrastructure investment that the general fund is really, helping to cover here. So it's, while debt is kind of a word that we cringe about, it really is a sign of the investment that we have made. And we've done it in a way that is very unique, and that has worked, but it has constrained us quite a bit.
It's a nice twist to it.
It's a nice twist. It is. You should be very proud that you were able to accomplish that much, and get that much done, and be in the position we're in right now.
Necessary evil. For sure.
Necessary evil, but it's a point that we need to pay attention to. So, you want me to you want to go on a break, or do you want to ask any
Break.
questions? Okay.
Why don't we take a break until 10:45 and then come back?
Sounds
Is that
good.
enough time?
Thank you.
7 minutes.
You need more than 7 minutes? bit late, but we may as well come back now. So I'm going to kick it back to Karen to continue.
Gotta do some work real quick.
Thanks. We're just going to kind of get back into it, but we're going to start off talking about infrastructure and roads before we really move into going back to talking about debt. I just want to give a chance for our city engineer to talk about the needs that we have to continue on with some maintenance. And this isn't, this is something you've heard, you know, over the past couple of years, you know, on needing to do some maintenance and the costs and how we determine what to improve. But this is a separate presentation, but there's a lot of slides in it, but let me, I know Mick's gonna, there's a lot of visuals in it. The maps are what, the maps are helpful.
I need a bigger desk here.
You know you're working when you got a lot of paper, so.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not in the budget, Commissioner Davis. So, Mick, if you don't mind, please take us through high level on some of the needs and how we've evaluated this and what you're recommending, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I'm going to give a kind of a brief overview of our infrastructure, and then I'll get into maybe our roads a little bit more in depth here. So first off, we have our water distribution system. We have 100 miles worth of water main in the city of Marquette. Approximately 7 miles are beyond the 100-year expected service life. Those mains are not necessarily like failing, but we know that it's on the horizon that we need to replace those at some point. Sanitary sewer, we have 90 miles of that, 9 miles beyond the 90-year expected service life. Once again, those are kind of things on the horizon. Then we have our storm sewer system, 57 miles total, and 4 miles beyond the expected 80-year useful service life. So, and in some areas lack storm sewer, so those are upcoming future investments as well. So just a brief overview on the kind of three main utilities there. Next off, we have our road network, which is probably our most tangible asset, the one that we interact with the most on a daily basis, or at least see. So annually, we rate our road network using the Pazer scale, which is something that the state has adopted. And it's a 1 through 10 rating, 1 being a poor or failed street, 10 being a street with no defects and brand new. So we've been doing this for quite a while. We have I guess this one shows 19 years worth of data on it. 2005 numbers or 2025 numbers are not in yet, but we've taken the Pazer ratings and grouped them into 3 categories: poor being 1 through 3, fair being 4 through 6, 7 through 10 being good. So you can kind of see some trends there as far as maybe our good streets declining, our fair streets increasing, and our poor streets also increasing. So this next slide here is the state's grouping of those Pazer ratings. This one tells a little different story than ours. Actually, I guess same story, but maybe a little bit more exaggerated. And I think this is a kind of an early indicator of where we're currently headed. So as you can see, the state includes the Pazer ratings in number 4 in the poor category, and then 8s are considered, no, sorry, let me go back. Yeah, 7s are also considered fair. But as you can see, there's sort of a negative trend there with our streets in fair condition, and the streets in poor condition are rising. So yeah, just kind of an early indication of where things are headed.
Just for a moment here, if you don't mind going back.
Yep.
So it's interesting if we looked at our timeline of when we started bonding, and I want to say what years, probably those where we started seeing an increase in the good and steady on the fair here. So you see a lot of like 2017, we really jumped up there. And again, as we went on. So you can start seeing when we started pulling back on debt and debt issuances and improvements. That's how we're at 2024, we're kind of even almost on all of those. So it's just an interesting trend that we can compare, or I like to take those and put them side by side to see.
And that's what we mean when we say heavy investment in capital improvement. And this shows you the right impact. It takes a while to really
Okay. All right, so what do we do with this information as far as these ratings and groupings of streets here? So we know with our poor streets, the asphalt's basically structurally failed. We can't really resurface it or effectively resurface it. The cracks would just propagate through within a short period of time, but those are generally streets that we would reconstruct. So yes, poor streets are not a great thing to have, but it is also opportunity. At that point in time, we can replace the utilities that are under the road, without tearing up a new road. We know that our streets in good condition require little to no maintenance, but we do crack sealing on those streets, which is a super cost-effective way of extending the life of the street. So yeah, as far as the cost for reconstruction, I forgot to go over that. So we're looking at $260 to $900 a foot for street reconstruction. And that top number is skewed because the utilities are included in that. And then, let's see, our crack sealing is a very minimal cost, $2 a linear foot, but we get a lot of benefit for that. So the group in the middle are fair streets. So we have two choices there. One, we can let them decline into the poor category, and sometimes that is a conscious decision because there may be very dated infrastructure underneath the road. Or we can periodically mill and resurface the road and get another 10, 15 plus years out of that resurfacing. Typically the cost to do that is like about $130, $120 a foot. So you can see that in general, it's a cost-effective thing to resurface our streets. In general, I think the public prefers to drive on fair and good streets and not poor streets. But so this is kind of a proactive approach to keeping our street network, I guess, healthy as a whole. Next, just a picture as far as what preventative maintenance looks like versus reconstruction. So you can see on the left we got some milling and resurfacing of Front Street from several years back, and on the right we have a street and utility reconstruction project in front of the service center. So I kind of talked about this, but generally accepted asset management guideline principles. So we want to utilize a mix of fixes. So that means maintaining our streets that are before they fail. It's a proactive approach, and then also doing replacements when funding comes available. So kind of the opposite of that is a worst first reactionary approach where we ignore maintenance and just simply focus on replacing the worst. But if we do that, the rate at which our overall network declines kind of accelerates without the preventative maintenance, if that makes sense. So this is a map showing what could $1.4 million buy us. And we've identified some streets here that are kind of at the tipping point, that are reaching structural failure. Some of them may not necessarily seem like they ride rough at the current moment, but in several years they will, and then the cost to repair would significantly increase.
Just to jump in on this one, I see, the comments and the discussion in the community, maybe, or in the grocery store, is my road is so horrible. I have potholes that are eating my car, and why do you keep patching it? And then you go and do some resurfacing in a not so bad section. But Mick had just said it really is, we're at a point where if we don't do that resurfacing now, the next improvement is going to be even more significant and costly, and this allows us to extend the life of that asset. So without having to put in significant amounts of money. So whereas we can continue to patch a poor road, it's not going to get that much worse. I mean, in the sense that it can continue on as just a temporary patching versus something that can be resurfaced. So
Yeah.
thank you.
I have a question, I'm sorry. Madam Mayor, may I ask a question? So these areas that you've got on this map, the little black lines around them, that's what we're recommending to do in this upcoming budget year?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
could you name those streets? Because even with my glasses on, I
Sure,
can't
sure.
tell which
Yeah,
ones they are.
my apologies. So we have Fisher Street right out here from US 41 to 7th Street, 5th Street right out here actually from Fisher to Washington. And then a section of Lakeshore Boulevard from where our last project left off near the, I think, Michigan Street, all the way up to Fair Avenue. Then a section of road by the high school on Fair Avenue, Lincoln to McClellan. And then lastly, we have included a chunk of the section of Altamont Street right before Pioneer Road.
Bless your heart.
So that's not preventative, that's not preventative maintenance, but it, like, the utilities under the street are in good shape, but the road, like, I think the plows tend to plow up a lot of patch material into people's yards. But yeah, just to reiterate, what Karen mentioned, a lot of times we get the question, why are we doing work on these streets? They're not in that bad a condition. And I think the answer lies in the question. Because they're not in that bad of condition, we can still inject 15 years of life at a time into them by resurfacing. So, does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yep.
Got a question.
Yep.
The Eagle Mine monies, still part of the plan here and Wright Street. I'm wondering, does that stop at the roundabout as far as the use for those funds? Are they
Yeah.
designated from there out?
So the Eagle Mine route is from, along Wright Street from city limits to Sugarloaf Avenue, north on Sugarloaf Avenue to Holly Street west to city limits.
Okay,
So,
You were a mining truck driving from Big Bay to Township.
right. Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, from the roundabout up to Lakeshore, it's terrible. But,
yeah.
so I was wondering if there was a specific
Actually,
reason why we weren't taking
well,
care of that neck of the woods.
Sure. Actually, next slide, there's one section of that's planned for reconstruction for next year.
Okay. Oh,
So-
there it is. Okay.
And, so,
And then with that, those funds, there's a lot of, obviously I live over there. There's a lot of crack filling with the stone and tar. And is there a plan or a set time frame for overlay on something like that? Because
yeah, so there are funds available in the Eagle Mine Fund to basically resurface all of Wright Street. We've been kind of holding off because it's maybe not, it's still drivable, maybe not like a hazardous condition, but I would say within the next several years, we would recommend utilizing those Eagle Mine funds to do a complete mill and resurface of
are
Wright
those
Street.
funds designated specifically for that stretch?
Yes.
And not being diverted into another area?
Well, they're specifically designated for anywhere along that route. Yeah. And there's two funds. There's the safety fund, and then there's the maintenance fund. The safety fund, we actually have used that for the multi-use path extension along Sugarloaf Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on? Yes.
Thanks, Mick. What is the hope for getting to some of these poor roads? Obviously, my time on the commission, I've seen that stuff kind of get pushed back, and I think, everyone here has kind of seen that. At some point, obviously, we need to start eating the costs of that. And I know that's, as we talk about bonding for future things, that's there. But in your eyes, do we look at a long-term plan of doing, one section of road at a time, or is it something where we need to start hitting, buckets of these roads?
Sure. I mean, historically, with our poor streets, we have done one section at a time. Oftentimes, the infrastructure underneath those poor roads is in really poor condition, and it's hard to do, many, many blocks of that at a time without serious inconvenience to the public or lengthy projects. We have done some, medium-term fixes, for instance, in Shiras Hills, where we did some there were some really roads that were really poor shape. We did a process called crush and shape, where you pulverize the asphalt and then repave over it, and it's actually been holding up well. Kind of kicked the infrastructure can down the road, but took care of the road itself. And then Division Street, we did our temporary skim coat paving on that, and surprisingly, it's still holding up. So there are some. We do have some more tools in our toolbox, I guess, but I mean, yeah, it's totally funding dependent. So
I think that's we're going to have a conversation, later in the afternoon, I think, about this, but it's the problem that we have with road funding, in the sense that, it's very much underfunded. There's a lot of studies out there that talk about the needs in all of these communities, and the grant funding that is available are for more of those major roads, or very specific local roads that have a specific benefit to economic development or to travel. So finding something like, Shiras, in the Shiras Hills neighborhood, finding funding for that other than just road funding or general fund money is really, really difficult. And we have roads all over the place like that. So it just really highlights the upside down funding source that we have for roads right now. And it is part of that 16 million deferred projects that we talked about, that when we evaluate, how we're going to accomplish all of those and continue, it's in there as well on some of those.
And then maybe I'll add one more thing. So with our reconstruction projects, we can justify purchasing some of the road with the enterprise funds. So that is it does sort of help out there as far as not taxing the general fund as much. Am I saying that correctly, Mary? Okay, all right. So, any more questions on this up to this point here? So, next slide. So we do have one street reconstruction project plan for next year, and it's mainly utility driven. A short section of Wright Street east of Sugarloaf Avenue, between Sugarloaf and Van Evera. We applied for a MDOT small urban grant in 2022, I want to say, and received that. The utility replacements would come out of our enterprise funds for water, sewer, storm, things like that, and then MDOT would cover all of the road costs, along with sidewalk costs. And just as a side note, that type of grant is restricted to our federal aid road network, which is a small portion of our city. So that's why this was a project that was kind of high on our capital improvements plan list, and that's why this was selected as far as pursuing that grant.
Nick, how did we come up with just that section? Is that the only part that fell into the guidelines of for the federal funding, as far as being, the restricted federal aid road network?
No, so this section right here is simply the section that has like the water main that's 120 years old, sanitary sewer that's sort of failing. And I mean, believe it or not, this little section of road here, when it's all said and done, it's going to be, probably north of 900,000 just for this little bit here, as far, because it is a total reconstruct, I guess. So, and then also the MDOT small urban funds were limited, so we couldn't necessarily do more. So.
Nick, that would be a total road closure for that spot and have to be rerouted around Hawley or something.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, Hawley Street, Prescott Avenue, and hopefully, I mean, this is a relatively small job, so I'm thinking, month and a half, several months or whatever. So that's all right. So questions? Yes.
As far as break fix goes, like, are we seeing with our aging infrastructure, more instances of where you have to go out and actually dig up, old infrastructure, replace that one section, and then follow-up question to that, if you do that, does that kind of push that road potentially down the line for repair, if you repair that one section, and even if it's in poor, fair shape, and does that kind of kick the can down the line a little bit if there is a particular break, issue that happens?
So I guess the first part of your question, yes, with aging infrastructure, Scott can attest to this. Yeah, we are seeing perhaps more water main breaks and more sanitary sewer point repairs and things like that. If we're starting to see those on a section of road, I think that would be a kind of a indicator that, hey, maybe this priority needs to move up, on our list. But yeah, there's definitely a long list of needs, and sometimes it's hard to figure out exactly how to position those in the.
And with that too, our departments have, especially Public Works, have made some modifications to how they look and detect things like leaks and watching the frost line and things like that to really try to monitor some of these areas with a little bit older infrastructure that could be more vulnerable to a break or, bigger issues. So I feel like the expertise that we have on staff between our departments really is important in keeping some of these things, able to function until they are replaced or addressed. So it's a major kudos to the creativity that we see. So like we just bought the leak detection equipment that helps keep down on some of the costs for digging up and some of the delays that we would have in trying to identify where that leak is, but also allows us to kind of monitor things, especially when weather gets cold and warm again and cold again, and that fluctuation we see in the spring where we end up seeing a lot of those water main breaks.
And then just one follow-up question, and I mean, obviously those need to be addressed immediately. How do you budget for those issues that that arise that you don't know when they're going to arise, but they're not necessarily built in?
We do have some funding set aside in emergency funding for that. Now, that is why when we look at our fund balance, we make sure that we have, some reserves there for those, catastrophic events, those $1 million water breaks, or, in my previous community, we had a dam that we would always have to be monitoring, and that's a $2 million, issue that we'd have to address. So we do have some of that set aside. We do budget for that. But then also, if it's some of our utility, that's accounted for a little bit differently in the water sewer funds versus our street funds, but there is money that we have set aside. And we then continue to monitor it throughout the year and make modifications if necessary.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one more.
Yeah.
I would assume since you've got such a backlog that, to my previous question about bonding 1.4 versus more, there would be no problem finding other jobs.
No, you are absolutely correct on that. And actually, that's really a good segue back into our conversation about debt. So when it was an interesting question to have of, can we do more? Should we do more? Should we consider doing more? We are at a point where we have really postponed so much to allow ourselves to pay off a significant portion of debt. And we still have a significant portion to go. And looking at the debt timeline too, we are very close to having a bigger portion paid off. I think we have about $2 million coming soon in the relatively near future. So we would like to be cautious on how much debt we are issuing. We are at the point of really considering dipping our toes back into bonding. And we don't want to end up going backwards. We don't want to go up the down escalator. So we're still really trying to make some progress while maybe doing a bond issuance or not. So at this point, we're not confident on recommending to go forward with more, but there's certainly, like you said, there would be a need. And there could be, many projects that could fall into this.
Unfortunately, I have another follow-up question. So thinking about that 1.4, would the bond span the entire lifespan of the improvement? So when the bond is over, does it need to be improved again? Does that make sense?
Are you saying that? Yes. So there is that risk, especially when you are bonding for SIMP or the street improvement maintenance programs. You do have to be careful at looking at the life of that bond versus the life of that asset. And our bond counsel looks at that and considers that as well. But, there are some things that, some projects we've identified that we've bonded for in the past and we're already digging up again, yet we're still paying on them. So it should be something you consider, and it's rare, but it can happen.
Mary, what would be the life of that bond issuance? The
we
one
did
we'd
one.
be looking at,
20 years?
20 years?
30.
And our, mill and overlay is, about 15 years.
So something that we've done a little bit differently this year when reviewing capital improvement projects is we were breaking them out into, streets and recreation and things like that that may have different funding sources and that may be in different categories or rankings. Putting a park next to a major pothole project isn't necessarily apples to apples. However, they also have different funding sources available too. So we have been looking at different rating systems for those that can also help us with bonding too, that if we can throw in a smaller project that may have some grant revenue but needs a little bit more for bonding too, we can be throwing in some of those projects based off of need and based off of priority.
Additionally, we're moving away from, some of you may remember or not, but the year-to-year capital improvement plan with the list that, we're able to pick a couple projects off and then everything gets kind of moved down. We're working on reorienting that to basically just a totality of a picture of what our capital improvement looks like and making sure that we're prioritizing the worst of the worst, at the top of that list, while seeing what strategies we can do to keep the okay infrastructure moving ahead too. So it's, I think I heard a public comment today, like, oh, it was on the docket for this year. And I've talked to residents in the past, like, oh, I've read your capital improvement plan. My street was on the docket for this year. What happened? That plan just wasn't really reflecting what our road funding was looking like. So we're trying to be a little bit more dynamic and taking a whole view of what our infrastructure looks like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. More questions? I'm sorry. No. Okay. If we want to just kind of continue on talking about debt service, as it relates to the budget, we do have debt service funds that account for these bond issuances. They're not real exciting budgets to pay attention to. We really don't look at revenues, expenditures. There's nothing to necessarily decide because you have to pay your debt obligations. But it's important to note that we do have 13 debt service funds. And we have the funding for those payments come in through the general fund mostly, and our other related debt payments. But I wanted to highlight the debt service timeline. This looks a little bit different than prior years that we have, but this is talking about the amounts that are kind of rolling off here. So we've listed the debt payments on these bars and which ones are going to be paid off and what that means in expiration for those. And so you really start seeing in fiscal year 29 a significant portion being paid off. So that essentially is freeing up money, but it's releasing money that can be available back into the general fund for future projects, future debt payments, future other payments. So when we talk about being in the clear or having some more freedom, that fiscal year 29 is so close that was going to make a big difference in available funding. 2025 is going to have some significant funding rolling off as well, so it's something we are paying attention to as we go on. It is exciting. So this is the progress I'm talking about going, we want to make sure we continue on the progress of paying off our debt, freeing up our funds for available projects, but we also don't want to be too scared of this, too scared of debt too, because it is a very common practice, and it is one that almost every municipality, has to lean on in order to accomplish some significant projects on this. So we are very close to, and this is cumulative as well. So once you pay off a bond, then it's, that money continues to be freed up as we go on for the years. So, and again, looking at the balance that we had for bonds and debt last year, we, over the year, had paid off $6 million in bonds. That is significant progress. Now, much of that is in the general fund, but there are other funds that were covering that as well. So it's just a handy reference to have for that. And we did discuss capital outlay. Now,
I don't understand.
we will have more of an update on our debt options, our bonding options as we continue that conversation with bond counsel. But it's something that, when we talk about trying to preserve our financial position where we're at right now, and having fund balance still available for a long-term strategy for fiscal stabilization, bonding can't be necessarily something we are too afraid of discussing. So that would be more information would be followed up at our next meeting after we have a deeper conversation with our bond counsel, which includes talking about bond ratings as well. We did go through capital outlay, I think, in some pretty significant extent there. We have a lunch break scheduled at 11:30. We're about 10 minutes early. I do want to note that it's happy birthday to Commissioner Ottaway as well. So we can pause for questions if we have questions, but we've been kind of asking them along the way, or Madam Mayor, look at you.
Did anyone have any questions they want to before we take lunch break?
Is there information you felt you didn't have that you would like me to bring back after lunch as well? I don't think there was any questions on that. Perfect.
I don't think so at this point.
Good.
Okay. And then were we coming back at noon? What did you schedule for the lunch break?
11:30 to 12:30.
Okay. Perfect.
And lunch is not served, so you are free to take a walk
All right.
and
Thank you.
get your lunch, order it in, and go from there. Thank you.
Yep. Well,
Recess?
or just go for 12:30 because they have it set for the guys in the IT as well.
Okay. All right.
All right, it is a little after 12:30, so why don't we get back into this? And I will give it back to Karen so that she can start our next portion. Sorry, City Manager Kovacs.
Where we are now for the afternoon, we're moving into our component unit. And then, just as a reminder, we'll talk about special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and next steps on where we're headed. So component units, we do have a few of those. Component units cover our library, DDA, and Brownfield authority funds. So those are, our three units. Do we have we're getting the presentation up here. So these budgets are developed, managed, and then also approved by those those appointed boards. The city commission then confirms the budgets as well. So there's an opportunity to ask some of those questions and to discuss them and understand how they fit into the city's operations as well and support the city's operations. The library is usually here to go ahead and present those budgets. We are going to have another opportunity at another work session opportunity or presentation because their director, Andrea, is fulfilling a commitment on a regional board for the library, which is really important. And we weren't actually sure if we were going to have a lot of time for the component units at this moment. But for the library, it is important to note that the city shares a portion of the revenue sharing in the tune of $40,000. And that had started a number of years ago and has been there ever since. So that is one way to really kind of relate that to our contribution, but we can have that presentation from the library at another date. Their board did just approve that budget this week, and so we do have a final copy of that I'll be passing along, and then we can have a presentation on that. We do have the DDA with us today, and so I'm actually, and that is a packet you had received. The DDA board approved their budget on the 31st, so just last week. And Tara is here to cover that. Tara and Jody are here to cover that, which includes DDA operations, parking, and the farmers market as well. And then we will discuss the Brownfield budgets. Although with Brownfield, we talk more about Brownfield and the impact of the tax capture and tax revenue, rather than paying attention to the budgets that are just paying those obligations. So. If you're okay with that, I will go ahead and invite Tara and Jody up to go ahead and present if you want to go to the side. And they do have the packet for the annual budget that was approved. Not that we go into details. Tara usually kind of highlights a lot of the accomplishments from last year and the goals for this year.
Yep. I have it pared down to about a one-page thing, so I'll go as fast as I can. I don't want to waste too much of your time. The submitted DDA budget reflects a total anticipated revenue of $2,123,014 and total expenditures of $2,205,359. Expenditures are budgeted to be $82,345 over revenue. 2026 budget considerations. Income. Net TIF income is anticipated to be $1,120,489. This includes an anticipated 5% revenue sharing with the city. The 2 mil for 2025 is estimated to be $35,928, which is a 3% decrease from 2025 budget because of the Headley Amendment. Parking income is expected to remain almost the same as 2025. No rate changes are anticipated. Farmers market income from vendor fees is predicted to increase 9% with a fee increase for drop-in vendors. Market Commons rental income is anticipated to increase 13% as the number of Commons rentals has steadily been increasing. Rental rates are not changing. Expenses. Capital equipment and project expenses are expected to decrease 2%. Personnel costs are budgeted to be 11% higher than 2025 budget amounts. This includes an estimated 8% increase in health insurance costs, modest staff raises, and an increased number of maintenance staff. The maintenance budget includes an increase in the holiday lights budget to allow for creative expansion around downtown, particularly at Lower Harbor. The new garage/storage space has an increased budget with an anticipation that the new lease in the basement of the Mining Journal is more expensive, and we will have a period where we'll be paying for both new and old storage spaces while we consolidate. Overall operating costs for the farmers market are anticipated to remain the same as in 2025, but flow-through income and expenses are predicted to decrease as some food assistance programs are not being renewed at the state and national levels. And for our 2026 capital outlay notes for consideration, $180,000 is budgeted to fund the first phase of wayfinding implementation. The site and land improvement budget is $125,000 to allow for redesign of the stair cluster in the Bluff Alley, fabrication of an art display at the Pocket Park, and concrete repairs to walkways and stairs. Bluff ramp repairs are budgeted at $5,000, but no specific upcoming repairs were identified in our annual maintenance visit. Line striping is budgeted at $8,000 for restriping of the parking spaces on 3rd Street with some layout changes. And common sites improvements are budgeted at $10,000 for concrete and wall repairs. Do you have any questions?
Show up and throw up.
Where would you like to go with this, and what are you interested in?
Did I hear you right in saying that the vendor for the Saturday farmers market is declining?
No, so the vendor fees are predicted to increase 9% with a fee increase just for drop-in vendors. There's always a huge demand for drop-in vendors for last-minute people who want to try out the market, things like that. So we looked at a way that we could increase a little bit of revenue there, and that was one way we saw we could do that. So drop-in vendors tend to not be farmers. They tend to be more artisans, that type, people just trying things out.
Okay, thanks. That's the drop part was what I caught in the speed there, and I thought,
yes.
Can't be. So thank you.
Yep.
I got one more. I'm just curious on the parking situation as far as the pay stations. How's that working out? I'm looking at it here, but hearing it from you might make it a little bit easier for me to figure this out.
Oh, sure. Sure, we do have an anticipated upgrade to our pay station. The software that runs our pay station, it is being required by the company that we purchased our pay stations from. So that is an expense that is upcoming in this next year, which we hope that they will be a little bit easier on the back end to manage, and they'll run a little more smoothly.
But you've got projected that you're going to see $20,000 less in pay station revenue this next year?
Yep, Jody.
There's just been a general switch to more people using the app. So I feel like over the years, we've seen the pay station income go down a little bit and the hourly app use go up. But overall, we're expecting the parking income to be about steady. That's what we've seen.
Okay, I see that. I see that there. Thank you.
That was actually, that's a good point, because it is broken out into pay station, passport app, and so on. So.
Go for it.
I think this is just general discussion maybe between city staff and DDA just for our, just an update or a reminder. The separation of duties for like the DDA district, like the services that DDA provides and versus what the city provides in the same location. So, I mean, the city plows and does some street sidewalk stuff outside of the DDA's district. So it's things along those lines, just so I can, remind myself of the kind of the separation of duties, if that makes sense.
Sure. Well, we maintain all of the sidewalks in the downtown. There's about 6.5 miles of sidewalks that we maintain year round. So that means plowing in the winter, salting, sanding, making sure they're accessible for business owners and for residents. But that also means that we are also maintaining walkways and things like that throughout the years. We're hoping this upcoming year to do some stair repair. Some of those different items are getting to be 30-plus years old now, and they're rusting out. They're needing to be replaced. We also maintain the parking lots in the downtown. So that means that we restripe them every few years. We're cleaning them every year. We also hire contractors to clear the snow from them every winter as well.
And does like replacement of sidewalks, does that fall under the city side of things when there's, sidewalk or infrastructure, or does that fall under DDA? And then is there any shared costs that, you partner with the city on departments? Like, I don't know what that, I think you did the bunker replacement was one of them.
Yeah, so there, for instance, with the bunker replacement, there was shared costs there. The city took care of part of that, but we also paid for the parts that directly affected the buildings directly adjacent to that project area. So we helped paid for reinforcement of those buildings so that they were not damaged when those bunkers were filled in. And so that we were able to go forward with that project, and everybody came out ahead with that.
And then on the city side of things, it's things in the winter, like that's, the city's responsible for the actual street. Anything that happens on the street and repair and sewer lines and utilities.
Correct. And we do work with the DDA on some of that design and some of that engineering as well. But that remains a part of our infrastructure. So we maintain that. Now the sidewalks, though, they maintain the sidewalks in that area and some of those alleyways as well, because those are not considered part of our street infrastructure.
Okay. No, not exactly budget related, but just a
It is-
reminder
it is,
for
absolutely.
how
We're doing here, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is, and actually there are, is some infrastructure that Tara had mentioned, like the parking structures, some of those properties, and then the sidewalks there that if the DDA wasn't maintaining those, especially even during the winter, we would have to then do that as well, and that would be an added infrastructure, added equipment cost, added labor and stuff like that.
Got it.
I'm waiting on the mayor, but she's not looking at me, so that's fine.
No, sorry, Carrie had said something first, so I was for him to go. You're not allowed.
I'm getting stared at. Leave
Well,
me
you can
alone.
go first because you may cover my question, so you
I
please
probably
go.
won't, but that's okay. Tara, thanks for being here as usual. So I'm just looking at just dealing with the parking fund itself. Obviously, your biggest expense is the Bluff Street ramp. Has been for a long time. Two questions, I guess. First, looks like you're spending, upwards of $145,000 on that bond repayment. When does that bond end, and what's the future hold for the ramp?
Sure, that bond ends in 2028.
Okay.
So we still have 3 more years of bond repayment there. There haven't been direct discussions on what the long-term plans are for that. Right now, it's in fairly good shape. We have been investing, money into that infrastructure to maintain it. We have a yearly contract with Ram Construction to do a yearly inspection on that to make sure that it does stay in as good a shape as possible for as long as possible. But as of now, there is not a definitive plan forward for the very long-term future of that particular structure.
Okay.
Yeah. The profit sharing that is going to be under discussion soon, I think you made mention of it. Is it in the budget? And if so,
Yes.
where is it?
Yes, it is in the budget.
Just kind of missing it, but I just started looking at this,
Sure.
minutes ago.
Oh, the rest of us have had it a long time here.
I'd use the term.
Let's see.
I realize it's not official yet, but
Sure.
The DDA board did approve that.
yeah, right, but
So
the
I
city
do believe-
commission
city-
hasn't.
Yeah, correct, so.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, sure.
So, if you go to the budget detail of prior year comparison,
You can go up to the microphone if you don't mind.
Come on up here, Judy.
And show me, just hold it up when you're doing it so I make sure I'm on the right page.
Yeah,
There's so many
gosh,
colors.
it's tiny looking, but about the 4th page in of your budget packet.
What, 4th page?
I think so, maybe 4 or 5.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Sorry, I'm struggling a little
It
bit here.
That's a good question.
1, 2, 3, 4,
It says,
5, 6.
it does say
Sorry,
budget detail
page-
with prior year comparison.
Yeah, page 8, sorry. So down at the bottom it says TIF taxes due, refund to the city. And for budget 2026, it says 137,000. Only 63,000 of that is the 5% revenue sharing. The rest of that is overcapture. That is just a kind of an accounting thing that happens with brownfields, with the way that the city gives us our TIF and then we pay them some back after they do their, I'm looking at Mary, after they do their spreadsheets and realize, how it should have came out, we pay it back to them. So there's about 73,000 of that we'll give back to them. The revenue sharing is about 63,000. That was calculated based on 5% of the TIF.
We said 50, yeah, depending on what table we're looking at, when we estimated conservatively, we had 55,000 from some of those numbers.
But it's an estimate.
It's an estimate.
Yeah.
So you guys estimated 63,000.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's in that 137,000
Yes.
number.
Yes, yeah.
Which explains the large increase from 74,700 to the 137.
Right, yeah. And it's not, these are budget amounts. It's not always actually
Yeah, I
that amount.
understand. No, it's going to be a guesstimate.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, but it is in there, and that is in your budget. Okay.
Yep, so it's
Just
in the
wanna
bottom
make
line.
sure.
It's in the bottom line, yep.
Thank you.
You glossed over it, but you say you collect the TIF and then you give some of the TIF back to the city, and it's like, I didn't understand that little exchange between the two of you, and maybe I need to.
I'll let Mary take that one.
Mary, would you please help me understand that?
It has to do with the, so we have, within the TIF district, the DDA district, we have their captures for the DDA operations. But anytime we introduce a brownfield project on top of that,
okay.
there's that kind of gap between the capture that goes to the DDA and that section that goes to the brownfield. With the way our system calculates it, it's been easiest to give the DDA their capture, and then they pay us back that check, or that section that belongs back to any of the other overlapping captures. So it only happens when we've got those interlocal agreements going on.
And with the brownfield redevelopment,
Yep.
okay.
It's almost like a true up when you look at, when you settle
Reconciliation. Yep.
everything. Yep.
Go ahead.
No, Jeremy was next after you.
We're going to go back around again.
Thank you. One last question.
Sure.
What is your biggest financial challenge as you look at your budget and what's been discussed with the board? Obviously, I know what our biggest financial challenges after sitting through some things this morning, but I'm curious from the DDA side, what are you seeing most difficult?
A lot of what we're doing is maintenance. We're really not in the position right now to be able to do a lot of long-term, large-scale projects or planning right now with the way everything sits currently. So that is one of the reasons we're coming forward for, a 30-year or an extension for our TIF, is so that we can start doing some of those larger projects and look at bonding and things like that. Currently, right now, we have about the capability to bond about $1 million, and that's really just not enough to do any of the large projects that we would like to do in the downtown that are currently in our TIF plan.
Okay.
That are currently in our TIF plan, there are some grant opportunities that we have been approached by the MEDC to explore that would require bonding to a significant amount for one of those projects, but we haven't gotten more information on that yet.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm looking at the facade grant projects.
Sure.
I know we've talked on it, and you've helped out some of my customers in the
Yeah.
past. And I'm a huge fan of this facade grant whole idea and what it's done for our community. So am I reading it correctly when I see the 60,000 from 2025 was your budget? And then your estimated final was 12,510, so you're not, is it just you're not getting enough people to apply
That is
for them?
very much correct. So last year, we had tons of interest in facade grants, a lot of people asking questions, a lot of people filling them out. We thought, hey, for the current fiscal year we're in, we need to have more of those. People are very interested in them. What ended up happening was there ended up being a lot more, starting the beginning of the year, a lot more uncertainty in how things are going to be progressing, possible tariffs on things, the cost of things starting to go up. And so we saw a lot of people who had told us they were planning on doing projects decided that they were not going to do those. They were going to wait a while till they felt more comfortable being able to do that. So with that, we decided to just lower that amount in anticipation that we would have fewer people applying for those, but we also have at least 2 outstanding that will not be paid out until the next fiscal year. So,
Interesting, okay.
yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, that's just, those sorts of things
I'm
ebb
not
and flow.
surprised.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, I'm not surprised. Thank you.
I think I heard city manager say it, and I just want to hear it again, to make sure I heard it correctly. This budget has been approved by your
That is
board
correct, yes,
at an $82,000 deficit?
yes.
Using fund balance of $82,000.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Using fund balance of
Yes.
$82,000.
Yes, using the fund balance, right.
Kara, you do strategic planning every 10 years?
Honestly, I'm not certain when the last time the DDA participated in the strategic planning.
You're not sure when the last time was?
I'm not certain, no.
So the TIF plan that has been presented to us is based on strategic planning from, we don't know when.
That was based off of the previous TIF plan and the DDA master plan.
Yes, that is correct.
So the DDA is a master plan that was developed when?
2020.
2020, okay.
Yes.
All right. And then to just kind of piggyback onto Commissioner Ottaway, the 11 years till 2036.
Correct.
And you said that that's only allows you the ability to
bond for
$1 million?
When we reached out for a potential project through a RAP grant, it was about 2 years ago, we were told we had about $1 million in bonding capabilities.
If you were able to bond today for longer, what project would you choose?
Well, we have several projects that we would love to.
Which one would you choose? I
Oh.
see some high, some medium.
Sure. I have a couple like top of mind. One being Baraga Avenue. We've gotten for probably as long as I have been employed with the DDA, there have been requests from the businesses on that particular street to do a streetscape relayout. The street's much wider than it needs to be. It encourages people to drive a lot faster on there. It's very difficult to cross that street even at the designated crosswalks. I used to walk to work across the, at Front Street there and would almost get hit all of the time. So there's a lot of safety issues there, and there are a lot of things we could do there to make that a much safer, much more welcoming location for businesses and for locals alike.
Would it be 7 million if I remember so?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. We'd also, be looking at Third Street as well. I mean, that's another one that's been, a constant thing that we've heard from people that they would love to see something done with Third Street. So that would be high up there on our priorities as well.
I did just want to add that the DDA has contributed to the strategic planning process for the city as well, as a departmental request, as it is directly a part of our economic development strategies. So there will be that happened previously and in this current strategic plan that we're working on.
Anyone else? I like that Baraga is high up on your priority list. I know that it's high on our master plan's priority list as well, like to have Baraga rejuvenated and things like that. So it's nice to see that we're matching kind of in those things.
Okay, we need to.
But other than that, I don't think anyone has anything else from you guys, so thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And happy birthday, Jeremy.
I gotta be here all day. That's why we set you down there.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Thank you. So next we'll move into talking about the Brownfield Authority and just the impact on the city operations and budget and things like that, but also status. I know we all look for a certain table. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to our in-house expert, Deputy City Manager Sean Hobbins.
My time to shine. I think I've practiced a lot of my presentations with this statement, but you're not going to see anything radically different here. And I do like to restate myself because I never know who's listening, and I always find somebody new, it seems, every single week to explain brownfield funding to. I just had a call the other day that I had to explain, nope, there's not a big bag of money that you can dip into for your building, but we can talk if you'd like. So just a quick reminder, what does Michigan consider a brownfield? So this is property that is challenging to develop due to environmental, historic, and/or obsolete conditions, or it's property being developed to support eligible housing. We've had a lot of conversations with this commission about this last point, which is a new addition from about, I want to say 2 years ago now. But what is brownfield redevelopment? Really, it's economic and now housing development through real estate using tax increment financing. That's what it is. The board is a financing board, and the plans that you as a commission review and approve are financing plans. You don't see site plans. That's reviewed through our normal processes. What you approve of here and what we discuss on the Brownfield and Act 381 level is how to finance projects that have significant financial challenges in being accomplished. So what is TIF? It's capturing taxes on the improved value of a property to reimburse specific expenses. Act 381 lays out what all those expenses are. And you can see it demonstrated in our list of projects, which I will get to shortly. And why do we do brownfield redevelopment? To encourage significant local investment by leveraging state funds. And I think that's a real big key. It's local investment that we would not otherwise be able to see realized. That we would not otherwise be able to see realized without some sort of assistance. And we utilize the investment that developers put into a property along with captured state and other taxing jurisdiction funds to make those projects possible. So what has it meant to Marquette? Investment. I think it's pretty undeniable that our brownfield redevelopment project or program has resulted in a significant amount of investment in the city of Marquette. My tally is over $405 million has been invested in the city of Marquette due to brownfield projects, and that ticker just keeps on going up. We're anticipating over $200 million of investment of brownfield planned within the next 5 years. Add a couple numbers in there for the recent housing development projects we've seen approved or up for discussion as well. In addition to just plain investment, we've seen remediation and redevelopment. Some of the most challenging properties in the city have seen massive remediation and redevelopment, even during challenging economic climates. When we look at Founders Landing, that project was initiated during a countrywide economic downturn when houses were not being built, when property was not being invested in. We're still seeing the results of the crunch from 2008 and the decline in construction rates from housing affecting us to this day. Marquette was able to see investment and growth and projects being built even during that time, and it was made possible through this program. And we see public benefits from infrastructure and bike path improvements to new piers in the municipal service center. We've leveraged local and state dollars to fund improvements within the city, and now we're going to be leveraging local and state dollars to add affordable housing into the city as well. So this is everyone's favorite table. Just warn you that the plan completion dates are not really updated in this. We remain conservative in our estimates. I believe, we could adjust some of these numbers down, such as UP State Bank. I think that project is going to come to fruition a couple years early. Projects like Founders Landing, right on time. Actually, since Founders 1.5 hasn't been built, I think we're a little concerned about all the obligations we have regarding that project, but thankfully the new hotel in Founders is basically saving that fund. They are increasing the taxable value to a point where we're now basically right on schedule. I would anticipate Liberty Way rolling off a little bit sooner than that as well. But for our estimates, we have to be conservative in what we present to the commission, especially in written form. I have the former MGH project on there. Last year, it was just a bullet on the bottom. But this is what we're estimating based on the plan that was, the brownfield plan that was approved, and the discussions we've had with that developer. We're still waiting to see what those final eligible expenses are, and what the future city tax revenue is going to be. But I think it's relatively safe to say that our future city tax revenue is going to be about $1.2 million at the end of that project. I also have an asterisk next to Cliffsdow. That one is coming to a close relatively soon. However, I'd like to say that, thanks to the initiative of Mac McClellan, our brownfield consultant, Tara Barman, our city treasurer, and myself, we actually reformulated that plan a little bit due to a change in state law. So now, before we were only capturing local taxes generated on that property, and now we're capturing state taxes as well. The change that was made was saying that if you were responsible for environmental contamination, you weren't eligible for reimbursement. There was a subtle enough language tweak that we were able to make the case that, well, we weren't responsible for it. Even though we have liability for the environmental contamination in that property, we weren't responsible for it, and therefore we are eligible for that state tax gain. And that is funding an obligation towards the city. There's no private reimbursements happening right now. That's funding an obligation that we would otherwise have to be paying out of our general fund. And now we're able to use state tax dollars to be able to support that. Yes, Commissioner
I
Davis.
just want to make sure that I'm thinking right. Is Cliffsdow the bio?
There are two privately owned parcels there. There's Cliffsdow, and then there's the parcel in between there's BioLife, and then there's the parcel in between BioLife and our portion of Cliffsdow.
Okay. So, but the brownfield has only built the BioLife at this point.
And it's capturing taxes from the private parcel as well.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Yep. So that project is funding our remediation and monitoring efforts right now. Mr. Gottlieb, was that a hand? Okay.
I'm good.
I've also added the CHIP onto that since we have approved that since our last meeting. So the cumulative City Act 381 tax revenue impact is $3.5 million. I think it's important to state that many of the reimbursables on these projects are city-held expenses. So if it's difficult to think of this as lost revenue right now, because if we weren't capturing, this tax revenue, our city tax revenue, and the state tax revenue, these could very well be columns on our debt obligations. I think of, in particular, the Municipal Service Center and the cost to rebuild that, and that's being funded by the DLP capture right now. So this is helping alleviate city costs as well. So while we might not be realizing this revenue into our general fund today, it is assisting us because these projects would not have happened but for this program, and it has allowed us to develop and create infrastructure that we would have had to fund regardless. So I think it's important to put out that impact that these developments have on our city.
So, hold on, this is the question again. You talk about state and city tax, but it's county capture also, correct?
Yeah, so it's all the taxing jurisdictions, yes.
Okay, so then when you talk about the former MGH, is that what has been done now, or is that what we're anticipating in the future?
That's anticipated development.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah. And some of these numbers are moving targets. I'll say MGH is probably going to be a little bit of a moving target. We are looking at, since the primary eligible expenses in the MGH plan right now were demolition. Those are basically wiped off the board as a result of state and federal funding. So we kind of have a wide open brownfield plan to assist with that development. And the developer, I think as we've spoken about here before, is asking for additional reimbursables, which will help them increase their amount of investment in there. That has not been taken care of yet. That will require a brownfield plan amendment that this board will see. But given the numbers they've provided to us for their anticipated investment, that's kind of like the conservative estimate of what we will receive.
Good question.
What was DLP estimated? I didn't hear anything. You've got 2037 on there as far as DLP. Is that still pretty firm, or are we getting
I think that's probably
pretty firm? Okay.
Maybe in 2 years.
Fingers crossed.
You go.
So I guess, so if we were to anticipate, other brownfield projects, I know we've been a little bit, just talking timidly or, conservatively approaching them. If we were to, what would you be looking at saying, hey, this is a good project? Is there a certain type that makes sense saying, hey, these are all, deferring costs that the city would otherwise take on? Are there still projects out there that we should be considering because of that? And maybe that makes us think about brownfields in a different way, in that view.
That's a really excellent question and a difficult one to answer. I think each one of these projects ends up being relatively unique, and somewhat surprising in the ways they justify themselves to us as staff and then to the approving body. I'd say we take a close look at each project. I start meeting with developers long before they hit either any of the boards that approve it, and I say, could you do this investment without this subsidy? That's first and foremost. Are you able to do this investment without the subsidy? And then it's what's the compelling public purpose behind it, right? Like what's our public benefit? Are you restoring blighted property? Are you achieving one of our strategic goals through housing? Are you rebuilding infrastructure? Is there a cost avoidance that we can utilize those additional taxing jurisdictions to our benefit to avoid, the amount of impact it would have on our city budget? Giving each project those tests kind of whittles some right out the bat, right? I can't give you a prediction on what the future of them would be. It used to be we could sit here and say, well, the former MGH hospital is kind of our white whale of, we know this is going to take some sort of brownfield funding, and we want it redeveloped. The only property that comes immediately to mind to me is what the future of Cliffs Dow is. I think that's probably going to require some sort of remediation reimbursement. It's just such a massive project. Additionally, I think we might look at requesting a reapproval or a new brownfield plan as exists now to see if we can continue to capture those other taxing jurisdictions to pay for our obligations on that property. So I'm in discussions with our consultant on how we get creative with that and have some cost avoidance for our obligations on that property. But in terms of other projects, they come out of the woodwork, and I don't catch and kill or anything like that. I give my best advice to them on, the directions the commission has given on brownfield projects, and what the brownfield board and the commission are more likely to approve or ask for as a test for this. And I've had people who were frustrated in the past saying like, oh, it's no impact to you. Why aren't you just giving me the money? Like, you have to show a compelling public purpose for these projects.
Right. And so I would assume like another piece of property, if and when it comes up, is the old Jacob Eddy Center that may have a compelling interest, if there's something that comes along with that, or the Veterans Facility up here. If a developer comes forth,
I would
you entertain.
defer comments on that property to the city manager.
Well, I don't necessarily need any comments on it.
My
I'm
face
just saying
said it
there's, like you said, there's maybe limited properties that, right now you're kind of considering, so.
I would say that there's probably limited properties that would be necessary to explore. And in that instance, I mean, that's a property that we know is going to be vacant, that a agency knows that they're going to be vacating, and that would have a negative impact on the community. So we would hope that those conversations continue to be with the state.
Well, and
But yeah.
I think an interesting tangent on this conversation is, what does Marquette look like today versus in 2010? Marquette today is a better place to invest in. It's a place where developers can come in, shoulder higher development costs because they know they're going to get their return on investment in Marquette. That has not always been the case. So, we're able to say, like, you have to shoulder the expenses because you're going to get your return on your investment, and the public shouldn't be required to have tax avoidance so that you can make your project happen. I think a good example of that would be, on Founders Landing, the new hotel doesn't have any kind of brownfield reimbursables. And I don't believe the Fairfield did either. And that was on contaminated Founders Landing property. But it's a profitable place to invest in now. We've lifted Marquette up and made it a better place to invest, and now are able to say, no, you don't need the subsidy for every one of these projects. There are challenging projects out there. I'm not going to ever say there aren't, but we've made it better to invest in, partially as a result of this program.
I like that.
So, did you want to say something
No, I
first, Karen?
was
Okay.
just giving him a round of applause.
Because you mentioned the Fairfield, so I want to make sure that I can picture the Founders Landing project, Brownfield appropriately. So that goes from Marquette 1, not through the Fairfield, but up through the new housing, Gaines, what is it called?
The Brownfield district,
Yes,
for
what
lack of a
is
better
it?
word. It goes all the way to the intersection on 41.
Okay.
But we removed the property across the street from that.
The little triangle?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So part of the Founders Landing district, or Brownfield district, is in the DDA. And I remember asking this question once before, and you said Marquette 1 and 2 have been taken out of the DDA TIF. Is that also include, because I know that the boundary goes halfway through the Hampton Inn. So does the Hampton Inn, that half of the Hampton Inn also out of the DDA TIF?
Yeah, so for purposes of clarification, when we talk about the DDA, there's two boundaries we have to recognize. One is the DDA district, and one is the DDA TIF district, right? So just like the DDA district extended over 3rd Street, and the TIF district didn't extend over 3rd Street until we amended that TIF plan last year. I have to get final confirmation for you on this, but Founders 1 and 2 are within the DDA district, but not
within
the TIF district.
So-
So they would be city tax capture after that
Correct.
funding is released.
So
And
what
I
I'm
bel-
asking about is the Hampton Inn.
Yeah, let's get in there.
It
So
looks, on
I
the map,
think
it looks like it's not in the TIF.
So I think it is not in the TIF, but I will get you final confirmation on that. It doesn't make
Otherwise,
any,
it kind of stops and then starts
it wouldn't
again.
make any sense for that district to cover the Hampton, but not 1 and 2, right? So I would need to just do a double check on that brownfield plan. It's one of the brownfield plans I'm least familiar with. It was
Yeah.
not approved
Well,
during my
I remember our
employment with the
discussion
city.
from last year, and I was
Yeah.
concerned about 1 and 2, and then you assured me that that had been taken out, that was not part of the DDA TIF. But so then my question was, the DDA district goes to halfway through the Hampton Inn, so then is that half of the Hampton Inn Are you shaking your head?
We don't
That's
know.
what the
We're-
map says.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. I don't think it is, but I don't know.
You don't think what is, it's in the TIF or in the district?
It is half in the district.
Half of it is in the district, but you don't know if it's in the TIF.
Don't believe so, but like,
Okay.
yeah. Just
All right.
remember looking at maps in the past. I don't remember it being.
We are looking
I will
into
get you
that.
final
Okay.
confirmation, Commissioner. So, since you brought it up, these are our DDA developments. We have 4 brownfield developments within the boundaries of the DDA. These are the years they roll off. I am going to have a full projection of the Ordock Brewing Company next year. That project was just completed this year, so we're preparing to get final tax estimations and resultingly the plan completion date for you at the budget session next year. I will say they over doubled their investment into that project. As we asked them to, they found outside funding to help assist with their development and increase the taxable value of it. So I would anticipate the left column going down and the right column going up for that project. But as it stands, those are the DDA projects. And that concludes my brownfield presentation.
Any further questions on that? Yeah.
Just a quick
Keep
question.
going.
Do any of them, are all of these still capturing state taxes too?
No.
Yeah, one
There
of them
are
isn't.
2 projects that are not capturing state taxes. Let's see.
Customs House?
Customs House is not. That was not approved for state capture. We were able to fund the purchase of an odd-shaped piece of Baraga Avenue through that project. That was considered a compelling public purpose, but that is a local capture only. And then UP State Bank is, I believe, local capture. The MEDC did not approve state tax capture for that. We wanted to redo the water main on West Washington, and that one didn't go through quite the
Okay.
way we had hoped.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I jumped in there.
Hypothetical, very hypothetical perhaps. What happens to the DLP brownfield if Apollo sells it to a nonprofit?
Won't even talk about that.
Are you ready to talk about, you want me to have Mary?
Well,
There's some bonds.
It's not manifest that.
what happens to the brownfield?
You know we have an emergency plan for that.
Well, if there's no tax being generated, there's no tax to capture.
But they would
so-
not owe anything back,
So that,
wasn't part of your,
it's a little bit more complicated of an answer, but on the brownfield side of things, we can only capture what's being generated. So if it goes nonprofit and stops paying into taxes, then there's nothing to provide reimbursables with that plan. And in terms of the scenario of if that goes nonprofit, I would defer to the rest of the people at this table.
It's a little bit more complicated for our explanation, so I don't want to maybe provide too many details here on the fly because I don't have my summary handy on this one. But there are some bonds that are tied to that area or that parcel that we would be concerned we would be then fully obligated on through the general fund. So, but we do have some mechanisms in place with those agreements that we do have the ability to enforce or to impose a special assessment for that property, even though they're non-taxable, special assessments are still allowed. And it would, but the language would rely on you as the city commission to take action on that. So I can provide more of an explanation on that, but it is something we monitor closely, but there is kind of like a cliff or a point where we're out of that risk for those bond payments, but I don't have that year handy, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head.
got another 12 years to worry about it. Approximately.
So we are to the point with this too, where with this project, we are starting to reserve some of the capture.
Please.
So that if we do have to take on the obligations of those bond payments, we have a reserve set aside. So because I believe all the eligible expenditures on that property have been reimbursed. So now all we're doing is debt fulfillment.
The DLP has been fully reimbursed with that.
But I will make a note of that if you'd like a more detailed explanation.
Yeah.
No, as long as Sue Larson is knowledgeable about this, I'm okay. Thank you.
From a city funding perspective, we really want that hospital to stay for profit.
From that perspective, yes. Great. Any other questions on Brownfield? Seeing none, shall we move on? All right. Next type of funds that we're going to be talking about are the special revenue funds. So special revenue funds are essentially funds that really receive revenues for a very specific purpose. So the funds that are brought in, they are used for providing the very specific services that basically the funds are named after. And your special revenue funds are going to be, just so that in case you are interested, are going to be starting on page 33. Thank you. On the bottom, page 33. So generally, these types of funds and the activities in there are restricted by whether it's our charter, statutes, state law, or federal law, some ordinances, resolutions, things like that, meant for a very specific purpose. So we have 13 of those funds right now. Not all of them are significant, but we'll kind of discuss them as we go. The biggest funds that we really, pay attention to are our street funds, so major and local streets, Fund 202 and Fund 203, and those are, start on page 34. So just to kind of discuss some of these here, our major street fund and local street funds are primarily funded through Act 51 state money that we receive. And as we kind of alluded to earlier, that is has been stated and has been considered insufficient. So the general fund picks up quite a bit of coverage on our road needs if we don't have enough funding to do that, to cover maintenance and projects and repairs. So while, typical trends have been, increasing in gas tax and increasing in that revenue, we're starting to see a shift with that because Act 51 primarily relies on gas tax. And when there is some movement towards perhaps electric vehicles, there was a little bit of a concern there that the state needed to revamp the structure of Act 51. And that's out of our hands. However, we are paying attention to that and being part of those conversations with the state, however that continues to go. We also receive some grant funding through MDOT or federal funding through MDOT. But again, that's usually for a very specific use. So when we look at the street funds, the significant line items that we are looking at would be the capital outlay for land improvements, and that's under construction, page 34, construction department within Fund 202, and that talks about bond proceeds, or not bond proceeds, I'm sorry, SIMP, which is our street improvement and maintenance program or projects. And then continuing on to the last page of Fund 202, so page 36, it goes into the breakout for the debt service that is tied to our major street fund, and that's for the amount of $793,000. Now, we do rely heavily on a transfer in from the general fund to pay for those bond payments, essentially. That amount that you see for the debt service of $793,640 is exactly the amount that's transferred in from the general fund that's on page 34 in the revenue section. So I do want to make note that the fund balance within Fund 202 is, I don't say relatively high, but there is a fund balance in there projected to be close to $3 million. That is set aside for some of the bond proceeds we have that we're still waiting to pay out for the Lakeshore Boulevard, the Lakeshore project and Lakeshore Boulevard project and reconstruction. That's almost complete at this point. And that was a significant portion grant funded as well. And then we do have some requirements for reserves in there for, like we mentioned, some of the other road, emergencies and things. Yes.
Real quick.
Yep.
It says under debt service
Yep.
On page 34, 793,620, and then the transfer in is 793,640. Is there a $20 difference for some reason?
$20, it may be just
It's rounding.
It's rounding, yeah.
Yep. The system rounds to the nearest $10, so when you go on the revenue side, it likes to round that figure down. When you go to the expenditure side, it likes to round that figure up, so.
Every penny counts in this budget.
Correct, right. So are there any questions on the Major Street Fund? Because I'll just roll into local and you might still have some questions, so. All right, I'm just gonna roll into local streets, which is next, starting on page 37, Fund 203. Again, local streets, funded through Act 51 and heavily supported through general fund or major street fund, which is allowed up to a certain amount to transfer. Again, similar to major streets, construction is what we're looking at. Those are the big, I don't want to say variances, but the differences from prior year has to do with construction. And we talked about a couple of those projects already with SIMP, and then also our Wright Street reconstruction, that Sugarloaf to Van Evra portion that has some small urban grant funding tied to it. So the total construction or project costs we're looking at for the portion of the local streets is $700,000 and some change. And then on page 38, again, it goes into the debt service breakdown, which totals $786,000 and some change, which is this one does tie quite nicely to the transfers in from the general fund.
Yeah, thank you.
However, so I want to note this. If you look at the fund, the net revenues over expenditures or appropriations, it is a negative 1.1. That will need to be covered by the general fund. So that is the capital improvement SIMP projects we're talking about that still need to be, that the general fund would be kicking in for. If that makes sense. Or the bonding, yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, yes. If we didn't have the bonding, this would have to come from general fund reserves is what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. Thank you. Good clarification.
Just pardon my ignorance. Major streets versus local streets. Why isn't there just one streets?
Major streets have certain classification, and I'm sure I can get technical or have Scott get technical, but major streets are going to be your major streets. Washington, sorry, Washington Street.
Well, I was thinking like
they're thoroughfares.
Wright Street.
Front Street.
But Wright Street.
Wright Street.
I guess one Wright Street, but there's in the local streets, there's like a Wright Street to.
Do you live on a major street or?
Scott, do you have the, we can look up
That's
the.
why I'm asking. I'm just like, why don't we just.
Into a microphone.
What was that?
What?
The,
tell me.
the larger volumes for traffic are considered major streets, and the lower traffic volumes, I can get the exact definition. That's a real, think of streets versus roads.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it, I've never had this question. I am baffled.
Dennis, we need an adult.
Let's learn today, please.
Paul lives on a major street.
Tell us what it is.
He could do that. That would be good.
I'm not trying to be.
They're basically, so major streets and local streets are basically designated by the state of Michigan based upon your Act 51 funding that you receive. Major streets, as Scott said, are like your arterial level streets, your Wright streets, your McClellan avenues, things like that that have a higher traffic volume. Your local streets are, College Avenue is a great example. Magnetic, those type of local streets with a lower volume, they're still considered Act 51 streets because we can receive Act 51 from them. It's just that they're considered local because of the threshold of traffic on them.
And there is a different formula for the funding we receive for local streets
Correct.
versus major streets.
Yep.
That's what I was looking for.
Sorry. I do believe we have to recertify our streets, our roads.
Yeah,
every year.
well, every year when we bring forward the official street map for the city of Marquette, that reflects what we do. So when you take action on that, that's the classification of the street. But then again,
I mean, it has to deal with MDOT too. And then just real quick, because I'm never short-winded, we meet annually with the Marquette County Road Commission, and because they are the ones that actually pick some of the projects, and then we present them a list on what we would like to use the funding for. When we meet this year, I've already been discussing with Mick that we're going to try to get them for our major and local streets to try and give us some more maintenance, if we could use that, put it towards the SIMP projects.
My question was really, why do we have two separate, street special revenue funds, and it has to do with the formula for getting there?
That was fun. We're gonna quiz you on this next year.
Which
We
do
all
you live
learn.
on?
Yeah.
I live on Pine, a local street.
I know.
That is a local.
You think
Good
so?
job.
You don't have enough traffic?
So I think it's important to note that when we add a street into our infrastructure, it then does also get added into Act 51. We receive funds for that when a street is decommissioned. So if we were to close, let's say, for example, we are going to close Spring Street or Main Street indefinitely, and I did this in a previous community. If you're going to permanently close that for, make it a pedestrian gathering space, then you remove that from your Act 51 funds, and you will not get funding for that anymore because there's no roads going, you're not driving on it anymore. So just important note to make. No, good question. That was entertaining. Do we have any other questions related to the budget for major and local streets? What's budget question?
It was a budget question.
It was a budget
Why
question.
are there two funds?
I have one question, and it's just going back to the bonding for these capital improvements, so it kind of ties to this. Just looking at the balances versus the original amounts, why does the 2022 bond have almost $500,000 more than what we actually bonded for? Is that just interest?
Let's hold on. So you're talking about
22 capital improvement bond. The balance is 6.4, and the original amount was 6 million.
That's a good question. Hold on. That might be. That's a good question. I'd have to look into that.
Was there any pause in payment?
No,
for federal stuff?
I wonder if that's a. I don't know. I'm gonna just give me one moment here to pull up that.
I see what this question is.
That's just a strange thing to see. None of the other bonds are like that, obviously, so.
No, none of them are like that. We tick and tied this too, so that original amount maybe is incorrect. We're looking into that. Are you looking into that right now? Yep. Okay, so while Mary's looking into that,
Is that the second stage of Oh, make sure to listen and have more questions.
He had a good question.
Hey.
I don't know. Something we had last year.
I think it was a good
We also had premium on it.
Oh, that might be. I think that is actually. The 6498.
That should be.
This one may be because there is a premium that was tied to this, a bond premium tied to this. So we had extra funds that we were able to spend, which then wouldn't be necessarily as a balance like that, but that could be why.
Okay.
Good question.
I think I vaguely remember, wasn't that the year we were afraid that we'd go up to 8 million or something like that, and then we didn't spend all of it? Was that year or was that the year before?
That very well could be that year.
We gave bonding capacity above what we needed for 1 year because we didn't know if we needed extra.
That might have been the SRF bonding, actually. Possibly.
I think I remember what you're talking about, Mayor Hanley, but it's escaping me at the moment.
We'll have to look back at that one. I have a feeling it's a sneaking suspicion it has to do with the bond premium, actually.
Because we received almost 500,000 in premium on that one.
Which would
What does
be
that
close.
mean?
Yeah.
Mary, would you like to explain what that means?
No. So when we're selling bonds, a lot of times when investors really want to acquire our bonds that we're trying to sell, they will pay an amount above that. So I'm trying to verify the repayment schedule, though. I don't believe we're still paying down that additional $500,000. This was, premium is the amount that an investor is willing to invest above and beyond the issue that you're offering, so that they can secure your bonds.
They want, that meant we were really,
They want it.
yeah, they really felt we were secure and they wanted to
But the
issue
payback,
that and be part of that.
but we don't pay that back. We pay back just the 600.
We'll look into that.
Good question, Jeremy.
Sorry to stump
Man, you guys are great. Was not expecting this. Any other questions on that?
No.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. We'll keep moving on from some of these special revenue funds. Next special revenue fund I just wanted to highlight is the Public Art Fund. This is a fund that the city contributes into based off of a policy, a commission policy that we have in place, I think since 2017, that talks about contributing $30,930 annually for the purposes of public art within the city. So the fund itself also does build up reserves in order to have larger scale projects. So some years they don't do something, some years they're, looking at grant funding that they compare with that contribution and do something bigger. So in this upcoming year, this is where you would see the grant revenue coming in and then also being expended for the forecast grant for the Seven Grandfathers sculpture, that center piece, the center fire piece, and then some more trailhead story marker art, and then the ceiling sculpture that would be at the new cultural center as well. And that is all utilizing, whether it's reserves built up, the contribution, or grant funding coming in for that. Any questions on that? All right. I'm going to touch on sanitation fund real quick, but we will go over sanitation rates or solid waste fees later on when we talk about utility billing, just because that's where you usually see it. So, but the sanitation fund does rely on the revenues we charge, our fees are charged our residents for those services. We pay out those services, and then I do want to make sure that it's understood that our sanitation fund covers more than just waste management. This covers several other services that we provide, such as fall leaf and brush pickup, street sweeping. Street sweeping actually goes into stormwater, I believe. But Christmas,
compost.
Yep, rubbish drop-off, compost drop-off site, Christmas tree disposal or pickup. Holiday tree, I'm sorry, drop-off, and a couple of other miscellaneous things that relate to garbage pickup and leaf pickup. So much more than just the contract. That is the big portion of it, but much more than that. Just flying through the LDFA fund. I don't want to necessarily fly through that, but I just want to mention that this is TIF revenue or TIF capture that is then paid out per the contract with the Innovate Marquette Smart Zone. That is something that is managed by the LDFA board, and they essentially approve those distributions. The city's TIF capture, or the captured city taxes, let me just say that again, the captured city taxes is capped at $400,000. That was per the contract, and we hit that amount in 21 or 22. So anything else that is generated goes back to the taxing entity, whether that's the city or if it's captured by the DDA, because it covers a broader district. But I would like to point out that the capture from the state school operating mills and the state education mills, that is growing to $2.2 million, which it flew through $2 million this past year. So that is increasing exponentially as well. I know that there's probably questions on this one. However, the budget that we present or approve is the capture that we receive or that we collect for them and then distribute out through the LDFA board. I think we are planning on a presentation from the Smart Zone in some coming months. December. All right, cable franchise or PEG fees. This is kind of just a minimal budget. We receive those fees coming in. We pay out some of those repair and maintenance for some of the audiovisual type equipment and the airing and broadcasting of public meetings and information. So not too exciting. Drug law enforcement. This is received from those forfeiture funds and then used for a very specific purpose related to the drug forfeiture or drug enforcement efforts. So making sure that keeping drugs off the streets, it's very specific use. And we have a placeholder for things we anticipate coming in and things we would then turn around and use for that. So that could be equipment, that could be training, that could be extra safety measures or something for our officers that are dealing with keeping drugs off the streets. No significant changes either on that one. Then we get into the road maintenance and road safety improvement fund, and that is those contractual amounts that we receive for the mines, for using those trucks, or for the mining, the trucks going to the mines and hauling back and forth through those roads. There were some terms that were renegotiated and extended just a few years ago, and this continues it on through some of that funding that we can utilize for some of those improvements. And we typically try to start doing those improvements as we go to keep on top of it and to continuously be doing things. But no significant changes there except for the projects we're planning that utilize that. After that is the Criminal Justice Training Fund. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory, but just in case, those are funds that we receive from the state to pay for a very specific training for our police department. We then have the Opioid Settlement Fund, and this is one I just want to mention. We are continuing to receive funds for from the pharmaceutical or drug makers for the opioid settlements that this goes through the state. We just recently presented that to the City Commission to kind of extend an approval of participating in those class action lawsuits. So this records those funds coming in, and then they get set aside right now until we identify a use for them. Now, they are still a little bit minimal. We're talking about, $34,000. And we are waiting to kind of present, maybe a proposal on how to use those, but looking at collaborating with other entities or other municipalities or state or county government or something to have more of a bigger impact. Right now, $34,000, while it's not, just a drop in the bucket, it's not necessarily something that we feel can make a huge impact at this point. We would really like to see how far we can make our money go for this. So that's probably a future discussion, maybe in collaboration with another entity as well. After that is the senior services budget. Senior services, they are funded through a millage and also some service fees through state grants or through the county funding for providing services. And this is, I don't want to say pretty standard. There are some interesting requests or interesting programs that they offer, but nothing that is significant different from last year. We are looking at having the senior services manager come and present their annual report, I believe in September, I want to say. So, but it's good things here and pretty self-sufficient when we look at it. All right, and then after that we have Lakeview Arena. Lakeview Arena at this point has expenditures exceeding revenue of $103,000, and that's for operations and small maintenance project, which includes a door replacement that we need to do. And this one is kind of, I don't want to say a placeholder, but we are still looking to receive more information from an interested party that would like to operate or own the arena. But that is not something we have prepared or ready for this budget, because that takes time, and we're looking at just status quo for Lakeview Arena, and this is what it's going to cost. Now, knowing full well that there are improvements that we would need to do if we maintain that ownership, and looking at a more comprehensive list of what those improvements would be, would probably exceed the six figures for some of those improvements. So
right now, this is just a placeholder.
Yep, this is continuing on with status quo on what we have. So that is not, I know somebody had asked if there was a Zamboni in there. That is not with a Zamboni at $125,000.
Is this realistic?
This is
Assuming that there is no sale of the building, is this realistic?
This is with no investment into the building either.
Is that realistic?
We can certainly invite Community Services Director John Swenson into here, but when we talk about realistic, the need for the door replacement, yes, but that would be, again, I think we're talking about patching, anything that can continue on and moseying on until a longer-term solution is identified, whether longer-term solution means investment or a separate group investing into the building. But when we talk about investment, we also have other recreational opportunities that would need some investment as well. And so if we are talking about bonding, we're talking about bonding at a later date for marina arenas and other recreation. So
I understand. This is one that the community will be in an uproar about if we screw this up.
Did I hear you correctly that a Zamboni is $125,000?
We had estimated $125,000 for funding for that at one point, and
Zamboni? I thought it was going to be more than that.
we're not getting the Cadillac apparently.
Yes, of course it's used. We only buy used.
I could talk just a little bit about that. So Zambonis range from about 125 to 160, depending on what you end up going with. More than likely, what we'd look at if we were going to do this, probably the right way would be an electric Zamboni with the infrastructure for putting that in. So then you're talking, upwards of 150,000. So.
150.
And to answer your question, Commissioner Gottlieb, the revenues and expenditures on here are realistic, provided nothing further breaks. I think the HVAC unit that's spec'd in there is for one of the offices, and that's getting toward the end of its lifespan. So that $30,000 is something that we feel should happen. And then the $25,000 for that's the rear main doors. We actually have one of them blocked off right now because it's not functional. So these are the types of deferred maintenance that we've kind of been deferring along. And we're getting to the point where these are the things that should happen this year, for sure. The Zambonis are a real question at this point. And we do have one of them in motor pool that we have some questions about, and we're trying to figure out whether or not it's gonna, Humpty Dumpty is gonna get put back together again. Appears that the throttle body might be bad, and we don't know if there is another throttle body for that in the United States. So that's kind of where we're at on that. But I could tell you that the revenue numbers and the expenditure numbers that are in there are definitely, your base operations and realistic toward that. I'd also point out that this year we did increase the per hour ice rate, the most that we've ever done it, which is $15 an hour. We've been doing about $10 an hour. And typically when we go above that, we see a little drop off in the users. However, NMU's has a different policy this year, and they're not really allowing other users in, so 15 is about the max that we could go and still, keep kids in hockey without putting a huge burden, and we wouldn't see that get shipped over to NMU this year, so.
Could you tell me what would happen if you don't get that second Zamboni to work? And what is the impact on the operations of, I guess on Marquette Junior Hockey and the ice skating, if there isn't that second Zamboni?
Well, if the 2005 doesn't work, then we're down to the 98, and the 98 does a pretty good job as a backup Zamboni, but
Not as a primary Zamboni?
not as a primary, yeah.
Yeah. I guess, as Commissioner Gottlieb said, I think that the community would really appreciate it if there was a Zamboni in the budget.
No, I didn't say that.
I just said, I said, based on what you said, that the
Oh,
community
okay.
would be up and upward, but.
If anybody knows of
I
any
would like to
federal
see a
grants
Zamboni.
for, if
Pardon?
anybody knows of any federal grants for electric Zambonis, send them my way. We've been looking for one for a couple of years, but.
Oh, I see.
I will mention that it would be our recommendation that continue as status quo and then provide a recommendation for
I'm
improvements.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I
what
said
you
it would be our
said.
it would be our recommendation to continue as status quo with the budget presented and have that provide a recommendation subsequent to that with long-term planning, such as whether we invest in it and how we fund it, and or sell, continue exploring that sale of property with the interested party.
And there's been no update as far as the city commission is aware of with
Correct.
that group?
Correct. We are working on getting proposed budgets or proposed business plans and preparing them to come back before the commission with that letter of interest.
Thank you.
And I think those conversations when we originally had with the interested party was the needed improvements would surpass the cost of the building, and I think that was the end of the discussion at that point. Because we cannot sell a piece of property for less than 80% of the value.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving, that is essentially all of our special revenue fund discussion. We are going to move on to enterprise funds if you're okay, or did we need any small pause? Okay, good, perfect. All right, so enterprise funds. Enterprise funds are essentially those funds that operate as business entities. They have a separate, kind of accounting system as well. So we talk more about assets and liabilities versus the cash basis on actual payment out. So they are just a little bit different, but they are ones that don't surprise you: the water supply, sewage disposal, stormwater, tourist park, things like that. These are quite similar to business functions. So we do have 7, I say 7.5-ish, because we have 2 marinas that we do separate by departments to watch or to account for them separately. But before we jump into water and sewer, stormwater, I guess let's just talk about the other enterprise funds here. So I'm a little bit out of order, so my apologies. But your enterprise funds start on page 73. And if we want to talk first about Tourist Park, that is a good start, and that, I'm sorry, would be 74, thank you. So no real significant changes proposed for fiscal year 26. 25, fiscal year 25 that we're in right now, we are working on that day use road project. So there may be some carry forward into grant revenue and grant expenditures. into 26, but hopefully we're looking at that project being completed very early on, so maybe even not having to worry about that in 2026. But all in all, it is, I don't want to say it's simple, but the Tourist Park Fund does have some of those reserves and is healthy, so that means we are bringing enough revenue to cover the expenditures for the operations and maintenance for that, and then also build up reserves for continuous improvements and projects. So not too exciting on this one, but I do like to just at least highlight that. After that is the Lakeshore and Lighthouse Park Fund. This is taking our revenue from our rental at the captain's residence and any other fees that we have for renting in that area, and receiving a portion from the Lighthouse and Maritime Museum. We do receive a portion of those, that revenue from them, and we put it into maintaining that park in that area. There is some bonding that is tied to that, but we are increasing our revenues through those rental rates to cover those bond payments, which is exactly what we were intending to do.
And again, this is somewhat similar to what I was saying about, or asking about Lakeview Arena. This would be really no essential improvements to the property, just maintenance of the property as it currently exists.
Correct.
Yeah,
We are, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I think we're focused on generating revenue and paying off the bonds.
I get it. I just want to hear it stated out loud.
Yep. Anybody wants to rent it, marquettemi.gov/capital.
Yeah, I mean, I know people would love to see it further developed. It's just if there's no money, there's no money. I get it.
I mean, yeah, we do stay apprised of any available funding for whether it's to support the lighthouse or to support the other Coast Guard office station, the old former Coast Guard station there too, which is kind of nasty. So, and then we have the fuel system funds, which aren't terribly exciting because that is just we charge ourselves for the fuel that we use in our various departments, but then also we have arrangements with other entities that fuel up using our system and then pay us for that, and then do pay a nominal, very, very small kind of convenience or extra fee to administer that and track that. So no real excitement there. And then our marinas, we do want to talk about marinas here shortly. We're gonna touch on that as utilities here separately, so I'm sorry, we're gonna go out of order. Page 87 would be the start of our marinas. 87, yes. The important part that I want to note here are the fact that we have fund balance in the fund as a total. So Presque Isle and Cinder Pond are separate departments or accounted for separately in the fund, but the fund does have a fund balance. However, one tends to carry the other right now. So we have Cinder Pond that is essentially floating. You got that?
Yeah.
Floating our Presque Isle Marina at this point. So we did have conversations earlier this year about exploring a grant opportunity to do some improvements to Cinder Pond, but that would deplete a significant portion of our fund balance there, and it would require some increase in rates. That is not reflected here because we don't have details of that grants right now, and we don't have the capacity to go for extra bonding for something that at this point is not necessarily the critical infrastructure like our roads that we were discussing previously. Although there is a need, so we will continue to explore how we can go ahead and match those grant funds and be cautious on how we are utilizing debt.
Is there any reason they shouldn't be combined, or is it just easy for Mary to keep them separate at this point?
For some of the state reporting, we do have to keep them separate.
Major and local roads. Okay,
But they float each other.
And they're two distinct facilities.
okay. Doesn't really matter. Paper.
All right, so moving on into our utility funds and our water, sewer, stormwater funds. While we can go ahead and pay attention to the budgets, they aren't maybe as easy to understand as if we pay attention to rates. So
Thanks.
Oh, good, I didn't have enough.
we, we did do a rate study a number of years ago and then updated it again recently, just a few years ago. And so we are following the recommendation, or we're recommending to follow the rate study and the planned increases that we have in order to fulfill the infrastructure improvements and maintenance that we planned for and have budgeted essentially for through this rate study. So in the packet that you just received, I want to kind of go over that first part and what we see here in the breakdown of the rates. So just as a reminder, and I'm looking at the slide right now, so the slide has water, sewer, and stormwater. That is what the study was based off of. Our water rates and sewer rates are broken down into a fixed rate and to a commodity or a usage rate, so a rate per 1,000 gallons. So our fixed rate is a monthly rate. It is whether you use water or sewer or services or not, you do pay that fixed rate monthly. That is almost like a readiness to serve. So you have the infrastructure there, you have the ability to have that water available to you, and that is there. That is having a small increase of 38 cents. And then we also have the usage rate that has an increase for 38 cents for water, and 50 cents for sewer. And then the water rate usage amount is increasing by 44 cents, and the sewer rate increase is increasing by 66 cents. So what does that mean to the everyday person or average household? I do just want to show this before we get back into stormwater. For example, a standard, perhaps home or residential house here with a 5/8 inch meter. Typically, the average household we look at is 4,000 gallons a month, and that's maybe a two-person household. Four-person will be, I would say, just safely assumed to maybe even double that, perhaps. But we use the average as 4 units or 4,000 gallons per month, and that amount then would be $63.06, and that includes the monthly amount, fixed charge plus your usage times your commodity rate. Prior year was $60.92, and that is a difference of $2.14 per month. So extrapolating that out, an estimated annual increase for all of those to 68, but we'll get into that in a minute here. So sewer, again, 4 units, it's based off of the same usage, and that would be looking to increase to $81.06 versus the $77.92, so an increase again of $3.14. That's oddly specific, similar. And then going back here, when we look at stormwater, that varies on the different size lots that you have, but let's just say the assumption of the average of the smaller lot of the less than 1/5 of an acre lot, and we're looking at going to $10.29 from the $9.95, so again, a 34-cent increase. And looking at the sample bill, that would, again, increase by 34 cents. So your total utilities are there, and then you also have solid waste. That is, actually, that should be, right now it says $25.85. It's actually for 2026, we're gonna go to $25, so I apologize. I accidentally put that in there. So that's even gonna be less in there right now. In the prior year, we do compare it to the $19.85, which is without a cart. We're moving to all carts. That will increase to $25. So you're looking at $150, $4 increase, or a total monthly bill, just shy of prior year, just increase of the prior year bill of $148. So really an estimated annual increase of about $68 is what we're looking at. But I'm going to pause here and go back to this for a moment and then tie this into our rate schedule, if you don't mind. So when we were planning out how to fund all of the improvements and the maintenance that we needed for our plants and for our stormwater system as well, they extrapolated it out to smooth it out so it's not significant increases per year, and came up with this table, which is the utility financial plan table. And I can, if you need a copy of the full rate study, I can email that over to all the commission again. I don't know if Commissioner Gottlieb has that fresh or not. But we are looking at the fiscal year 26 increases. It's approximately, you know, the total plan of, you know, an increase of what, 3.77% increase for the fiscal year 26, which is a smaller increase than the previous 2 years. So we had to get through a hurdle of those first, you know, 2 years or 2 years to kind of get to a point where we had a little bit more reserves. We had the money, we had the appropriate reserves in there for future funding and to meet our bond obligations. So we are now into that kind of next phase of a little bit smaller increases of ranging between like 3.75 and 3.5 towards the end, if that makes sense. So foreseeable future, a $5.40 or $5.50 increase year after year there is what we're expecting. Now, the more complicated table here is the second page that we have. That shows all of the different meter sizes and all of the different lot sizes. So to measure that out, how do you know which one you have? When you look at your water or your utility bill, it does tell you the size of your meter on there. So just to be able to look at it. So I just always include that in there so that we can plan, because some of the larger lots are going to have more of a stormwater increase and some of them are not. So
We've done a lot of work to get to this point of minimal increases, you know, conservative, responsible minimal increases, and we're past that pain point that some of you have spent a long time in this room talking about.
Mm-hmm. Steady as we go. Oh, and look, it's updated. But if you did have a cart, it would be $25.85, I believe, but it is $25 in 26, and that's kind of just truing up everything, and the difference of $5.15 of an increase, and again, we're still looking at that annual increase of about $68. I do just want to touch on the solid waste fee and what we had mentioned previously, that solid waste or sanitation fund covers more than just curbside pickup. So what you see here is just that kind of fee breakdown. And so over half of that does cover the curbside waste pickup. So that's curbside waste and recycling. That's really, and your carts, that would be what it's covering. Then we do have a portion of that going to the rubbish drop-off site. And then spring and fall leaf pickup are next. And then compost drop-off and your holiday tree drop-off and other types of things that we come across. So
if somebody says that, oh, I pay, you know, $20 to North Country Disposal, or I pay X amount for my garbage bill, and Marquette is different than that, you're paying for more than just curbside waste disposal. You're paying for this whole pie graph of services that our citizens take frequent advantage of.
Mm-hmm. In a good way.
Oh yeah, no, as they should for what they're paying for it.
So
I use it as well. Yeah.
So the sanitation fund, I failed to mention, I apologize. We are funding some leaf vac pickup, like leaf vac equipment, $400,000 from the sanitation fund, because we have reserves in there to purchase some of those things to continue to provide the service of fall leaf and spring leaf pickup. I will say, from a previous community that I was at, when I had pitched needing to purchase a new leaf vac machine, and whether it was purchase it or stop doing leaf pickup, the public works director was almost ran out of town for even suggesting that. So leaf pickup is a very utilized resource and utilized service that is one we want to continue on with. We need a new piece of equipment for that. Any questions on the rates? I do believe that it would be helpful to have infographic about some of those changes and communication on that, and so we are trying to find some creative ways to do that. And the one thing I apologize that I can also get to you, and I usually have this, and we do usually have the comparison from other municipalities in the UP and then some downstate as well. And we do still tend to be right in the middle. So we are not the most expensive and we're not the least expensive, which to us, again, that signifies we are continuing to invest in our infrastructure appropriately. And we're not failing to do so and shoving it off, and we're also not overcharging then either, or just catching up too much and having to charge more than what's sustainable. But I can get those exacts for you and to have that comparison, so my apologies for not having that. Any questions on the rates or utility funds? All right. I'm just gonna say that next steps. So we're coming to the finish line here for today. So we will be looking to set that public hearing. We're setting the public hearing at the August 25th meeting, but that public hearing will not be until September 29th. Again, just formality to set the public hearing. Like to get that notice out there and have that presented, and then have the materials available for the public to review. We would then present the final proposed budget September 29th, but we have time in between that to come back with our final recommendations, cleaned up with the exploration of bonding, and reevaluating the priorities for those one-time costs, and then conducting the public hearing, approve the budget, and then as we go on, we continue to monitor and amend that budget. And in between all of those, we do have the opportunity to have public outreach and education materials, including infographics. So, questions or comments? And are there specific things that, besides the library component unit funds, are there other materials that at this time that you would like us to present to you at another meeting?
I know we have a list of things that we're looking at doing versus the things we're looking at postponing or looking for other revenue sources. And I know they're all the way through the budget. Is it possible to get those put into a one-sheeter as well?
Yes.
So I can see what we're looking at actually being able to do this year?
Yes.
Versus what we have to push off?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we will also provide electronic versions of this as well, so that for those that have the computers too, have a nice clean packet for that too, and we'll get those over to you. So in case you lose them. I'm not saying you would.
And I know I brought this up previously, and I know we didn't exactly talk about stipends or anything along those lines, but personally, I think the BZA, having a stipend to help fill out their board would be something that would be helpful, primarily because they're one of the two we're required to have them, and they have problems filling their board. And if we're giving the Planning Commission a small stipend, maybe it would make sense to extend that to the BZA as well, especially given the BZAs, now that those are going down, as well, the number of meetings they're holding.
Yes, we will double check on an estimate for that as well, and if that was included or not. I can't recall.
Yep.
I want to say it's in there, but.
But I'm only one of this board, so I don't know how other people feel about it.
We will get an estimate on that one too.
Anyone else have anything they'd like from them?
Any other questions? Ned?
Okay, if that's the end of your presentation and we don't have any more questions, I believe that will bring us to our last public comment of the day. As a reminder, if you haven't spoken already, public comment may not exceed 3 minutes per person. Please clearly state your name and address when talking to the commission. I don't see any public here. Okay. So with that, public comment is closed. And for comments from the commission, would you like me to go down the line? Does everyone want to get a little chance on this one? Oh, okay, let's start it off. Commissioner Ottaway, it's your birthday. Why don't we start you out?
Thank you for doing such a great job on my birthday. I will say.
30 looks great on you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the mayor for getting me cupcakes and sharing with everyone. That was very nice. Outside of that, you guys and your staff, very well put together here. I appreciate the time and effort that it takes to go through this. There's nothing fun unless you're Karen, and maybe Mary also, going through all these numbers, but, trying to make it understandable to us and, the rest of the public is a very difficult job, and I think you guys did a very good job with it. I really appreciate, the time going through piece by piece, which is, much different than what we've done before, kind of the speed version of it. I think there's a lot of knowledge that we gained today because of that. So I appreciate that, and I'll stop being so long-winded. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Davis?
Kind of ditto. I really appreciate the process that we go through. I think other years it's been more difficult to understand the budget, but I really like how we're doing this and the information you provide in the way it is. And I love that I have this much paperwork to go home with.
Commissioner Gottlieb?
What a learning experience. I'll have to, as Sally said, go through home and redo this again and have my own private session. But thank you very much. This has been pretty incredible. I really appreciate you doing it so simplistically for me.
Commissioner Olson?
Yep. Thank you for doing that. I especially like the second attachment you sent around with the 26 summary, where it kind of takes all of those pages and you can kind of see it all laid out in one in brief. So that was certainly helpful when you're looking through the rest of the many, many pages. So I think that was a good addition.
Yeah, thank you, staff. Great job. I spent about 2.5 hours yesterday going through this, and ironically enough, all night long, all I did was dream about this. And I could only imagine what's going on in your heads, because I was just sitting there going, wow, this is a lot. So to be able to break it down is really special, and I appreciate the effort there. I had one other thing, but I guess I'll just let it pass. But thank you again.
And I will echo what the rest of the commission has said. This was a very well-done presentation. The slideshow was pristine. I think Annie is to thank for that. But it was really well put together, and I got a lot of information out of it. I think we all got a lot of questions out of it as well, which is good. So we can get those answered as we go forward. But I think we're well on our way to getting this budget put together in a way that we can feel confident in it for the next year, which I appreciate all the work that you did for that. As that's the rest of our comments, let's go to comments from the city manager.
I really just wanted to say thank you for the great questions and the conversation. I know that you're going to take it home and dissect it a little bit more, digest a little bit more. This is 2 weeks earlier than what we normally talk about this, so there are still changes that will probably be made, but also there's still room for those changes and those discussions and follow-up. So we will schedule those and go forward with that. But this is a great job, and kudos to Mary and her team and to Annie for assisting with the really great presentation and the data that was gathered from that. So, and Sean, thank you as always for the brownfield discussion too. That is one that I've already have offered out to many parts of the community to do some presentations and education materials, so that this kind of stuff, as we discuss as budget here, can also be discussed out in the public too. So great job on that. But that's all. Thank you for your long day here, and happy birthday, Commissioner Ottaway.
All right.
And happy birthday to Lakin.
Yeah, say happy birthday to your daughter real quick.
Yes.
All right, with that, we are adjourned at 2:19 p.m.